Hey everybody, welcome to the Growing with Fishes podcast. We have a really awesome guest this week. We have the one and only Frenchy Cannoli, the the best hash maker there is. I've had the pleasure of meeting him multiple times, taking one of his classes, and enjoying a lot of his incredible hash. And we're super stoked to have him on today. As always, we have Tommy.
Hey, Tommy J here. Glad to be here. Also, really exciting to share some more time with Frenchy. I was fortunate enough to run into Frenchy in multiple locations. Man gets around more than my ex-wife and with her boyfriend, I'm telling you. But we had some really good hash out in Vegas, got a chunk out there, some at some other events. I had the opportunity to go up to the class in San Francisco, wasn't able to get it. And so for the entire week after that class, I just kept hearing from Steve all the incredible things about the class. So I'm really glad to be able to catch up on some of this. Glad to be here on the show with everybody out there in the live audience. You're in for a good one today. In for a good one.
We got Roger.
How y'all doing today? I'm from ilovegrowingmarijuana.com, and I'm rolling me up a pineapple haze doobie right here. Yepper. Ready to go for the show.
We got Mr. Green Jeans.
Hey everybody, greenjeansgarden.com. Yeah, I'm one of the OGs. And really glad to be here. It's awesome, and glad you guys keep inviting me back. And this is going to be a great show because hash making is about skills, and I'm all about skills. Very excited.
We got Hogmaster with us today.
What's going on, everybody? Nice to be here.
We got Brain Grow.
Good evening, everybody.
And of course, we have Frenchy. Thanks for joining us today, Frenchy. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Well, thank you for having me. About myself, I traveled for 18 years when I was 18, just to be sure that I would get my retirement plan. So I took it up front. And I spent every one of those years at the season in a producing country, deep inside the producing country to make my stash for the year, basically. And then I would smoke it on the beach. So the whole approach I have, it's very much based on experience I've had during those 18 years in producing country.
Yeah, you've had I learned when I was taking your class, you've had a chance to travel to all different kinds of places where they do, kind of the more ancient methods of hash making, and you actually teach that in some of your classes as well. Do you want to talk about some of the different countries and maybe some of the differences between them in terms of method?
Like dry sieving is dry sieving. So there is a definition of the word sieving that imply a lot. And they have different tech. The Lebanese is pretty much very different, but the base is the same. When you sieve, you try to reach a higher purity of whatever you're sieving by separating by size through perforation. So it's really basic. It's old. The oldest archaeological find is 100,000 years old. So we have been sieving for at least 100,000 years. Like as soon as we started to separate chaff from grain and seeds, we started sieving. And it's just been a slow evolution since. And what I teach, when I teach dry sieving, I would really love to be able to have the people actually experience the dry sieving so that they can really understand that when we use water, we are still sieving, but water is a true evolution in a methodology that is 1,000 and 1,000 years old. And it's a big deal.
So what would you say are the primary differences between dry sieving and water hash? I know the water hash you can get it a little bit cleaner, right?
But when you dry sieve, your handicap is working with a brittle material because you need to agitate that material to break away the resin head from the stock, okay? And in producing country, the quality is totally defined by, quality is totally defined by the cleanliness of the resin. Like the first shake is super light. So that's your first quality. Then you take the trim again and you shake them a little harder. So that you create contaminant. That's your second grade. And so on and so on and so on. When you use water, you can rehydrate the material so that there is no way you can create contaminant except by crushing the material with the ice you're using to make the water cold. But beyond that, the beauty of the water in a methodology, dry sieving is made of two processes inside one methodology that you cannot separate. You agitate your material to break the resin head at the same time that you separate on a sieve material through this perforation. So there is really two processes in one methodology. When you use water, you can separate these two processes that you couldn't before. And then you can fine-tune the agitation and in a bag. That's the magic of it. That's the beauty of bringing the water into sieving resin.
Awesome. And I learned that, especially in your class too, about how you want to talk about gland maturity when it comes to the right kind of hat?
Give me a second.
No problem. Yeah. Tend to your critters there, buddy. No worries.
We are critter friendly on this show.
Oh yes, we love our critters.
I love my dogs more than I love most human beings. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Some of us are.
Likewise.
Although I do have to admit, occasionally I like keeping a human as a pet.
Collar and everything. Alrighty.
Okay, I should be good.
No
Sorry about that.
Oh no worries. No. Life happens.
The new member of the family, and the dog has 4 months. We have him for 2 months. He already ate 4 pieces of ash, like stone. He was so out of it. So now I have to be super careful not to have any piece of ash falling on the ground or so, because the other one is coming like straight to it.
Oh man.
Can you blame him?
What can I say?
I mean, when he lives at your house, I mean, I do the same thing. I'll be honest with you.
No,
So
the
you have
first
a dog.
time actually,
You have a dog.
when I moved
Some of the
to my
finest cats in the world.
workspace.
You
Could
have a
actually
dog eating some of the finest cats in the world, huh?
Find some piece behind the furniture, and now he's looking for it.
Well, you know what it is. If you keep him on a leash, you could just use, whenever you lose, you're running low, you can just grab the dog and find some more.
Probably make a good dog at the airport now.
I used to have a roommate that used to hide like little half-gram bags. Used to have a roommate used to hide little half-gram bags of weed all over the house, and I'd go cleaning, so that when he'd run out, he'd have little stashes, and I'd go cleaning, and I'd find like 1/8 of weed in little half-gram bags in the house. It was really funny. So do you want to talk to people about how to, Gland had ripeness on it? That was something I learned a lot about. You had a really interesting take on that.
It's like when I came here to the States, I have learned a lot in producing country but those people, they have the experience, they have the knowledge, but they don't have the science behind that knowledge. It's something that was given to them, and it's something that they understand the value of it, but they cannot explain the why behind. If you tell them, why do you dry and keep the plant 6 to 9 months in a room in the dark to cure the plant, actually, they can't explain you the cure, but they know that the resin would be better once it's cured. You know what I mean? And they understand the condition of curing. So it's like when you experience resin transformation on a daily basis for a year, there is things that I cannot explain, but I know it's happening. And I am in a position where I needed to find the science behind what I learned to be able to comprehend better. And the first thing that I realized is I'm a craftsman. And to be a craftsman, there is two things in your life. There is the product you're working with and the tool that you're using to do whatever you want, you need to do with that product. And the product defines the tool. I knew the tool from all those experience in producing country, but I didn't know the product at all. I had never seen a resin head in my life. I never looked at a plant with a magnifying glass. So it's like I had a lot of knowledge, but without having the foundation for it. That means I was ignorant. While I was good at what I was doing, I was ignorant of everything that could bring me to a higher level of manufacturing for a better world. And because I use water, I don't need anymore to constrain myself, my quality to the cleanliness of the resin. My resin is clean from my first wash to the 15th. But now, how do I find the melt? How do I find the ripeness? Because the melt, it's the amount of resin that is formed inside the resin head. That means how ripe your resin head is. And the research that really helped me was some scientific paper written to try to find a way to stop the cannabis plant to produce cannabis. And in it, they had a description of the resin head, and it shows that the resin head has an abscission under its belly. And then when I check what is an abscission, actually, I didn't really know what it was. It defines how a fruit and a leaf are made and separate from the body that produce them. That means that a resin head at maturity is going to fall when it's ripe. So then, instead of seeing little resin head on a plant and trying to guess by the size or the color, I'm looking at a tree. And when I look at a tree, the best way to define ripeness, it's not by the color of the fruit or by the size of the fruit. Or you need to get close to it to be able to touch and smell, or even simpler, everything that is on the ground is the ripest of the ripest. And then, if I shake the tree just a tiny bit, I have the ripest fruit falling down. And then I shake a tiny bit more, and I have a second dimension of ripeness. And a third time and a fourth time until there is no fruit on my tree anymore. And I have like maybe 7 to 15 dimension of ripeness. And in this ripeness, I find the ripest of the ripest. And to the point where I can tell you to the day how early or how late you are harvested. But the thing is, I reach a point where 2 weeks before harvest time, there is cannabinoid inside the resin head that I collect, but there is no resin formed inside that resin head. Even if you rosin it, there is nothing coming out. And the closer you come to the peak of the flower, the heavier the resin head are and the more resin there is in it. So it's super easy to really define how close you are to the full potential of your resin head or how far away. And when you go into the other side, when you go into overripe, my first check, which should be the best, is not the best anymore. It's like you can see that it had potential, but there is a transformation, there is degradation. It's not your best dimension of ripeness anymore. It's going to come into the second or third check.
Right. Once it starts turning amber, you're decaying. THC is decaying at that point. Yeah.
No, actually at 80% of amberness, the resin head is still producing cannabinoid with no degradation. But
no, I thought you just said there was degradation. Okay, I misunderstood you. Sorry.
But at the same time, I have seen plants that were regenerated who never gave amber. And I've seen plants at 3 weeks old, at 3 weeks flower time, they already produce milk. So there is so much diversity in that plant that there is no rule. There is only exception. But as a hash maker, it's more in the amberness in general that I find my quality.
So Frenchy, let me ask you something. Is this kind of the foundation of why what you make is so much better than what I make? And I take great care.
No,
I go in, you know, and I only take the heads with my solvent. I only take the heads off like you do. But you're able to separate it far more than I can in the solvent.
No, because collecting resin is very easy. What really makes the difference is the breeder and the grower. It's like when I travel the world, nobody cared very much that I personally made the hash. But where did I go to make the hash? That was important. It's like, how deep do you go in a producing place? How high do you go in a mountain to make your hash? That's the value of the resin. Like in India, if you go and make charas at 2,000 feet in a valley, yeah, you make good stuff. But if you walk and you go to 9,000, 10,000 feet, that's a different ball game altogether. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not who made it. It's where it grew. It's the terroir, it's the land, it's the power of the climate and the power of the genetic. And here in California, on top of that, I had to add the dedication and the knowledge of the farmer. And that's what gives me the quality I'm showing. It's not me. That quality is given to me. It's like I'm like a winemaker. You don't give me the right grape, I'm not going to give you a great wine.
Well, it's like if they gave you some grapes and they gave me some grapes, I'm going to sell my bottle so I get a bus ticket to come over to your house and help you drink yours. And because what I noticed, like I took a lot of time to get the very gentle, light terpene stuff off the top, and I used this, the solvents like I do, and I did several solvents to take the terpenes out without breaking them, and then later on to go get the THC out. But it sounds like from what you're saying that even if we both got the same grapes, your methodology gives you, like you said, 15 varieties of quality out of one plant. I'm left with, I can do 2 or 3 washes, based on time, temperature, and pressure, take different stuff off because I'm dealing polar or not. I'm just hearing you can separate out a bag of stuff. I just never even have that separation because my solvent just is not as refining as your methodology.
You're going in solvent, it's another dimension because me as a hash maker, I get the grape. Let's compare to wine, okay? I take the grape and I crush that grape and create something else. But in that, when I crush, I don't take only the juice. I don't extract the juice and do something with the juice. I crush everything together. And then there is a chemical reaction happening. and that chemical reaction happening give me something that is greater than what I collected. That's where I really do something, where I can say, Frenchy, I made it because I gave that transformation. I create something that is bigger than what was given to me by my farmer. But you don't do that. And me, I still have that entourage effect that I don't lose. I have that wholeness of the resin. You go into a domain where you extract the juice of it and you can create an amazing amount of different products to the point of giving 100% almost pure cannabinoid or terpene, and then you go into the Western medicine dimension. You know what I mean? It's like your territory is vast and it's way beyond what a hash maker can bring to the table because you tweak and you go beyond the plant. You take from the plant and then by dissolving, there is a huge transformation and you leave behind what created that resin. And that for me, it's a step I don't want to take because I want to keep everything together because my wholeness is greater. And
yeah, well, it tastes greater. Where I see that, comes up is, standard, let's say the most common is like ethanol extraction. And the ethanol, if you're using, 200 proof pure ethanol and you're going to, pull the stuff out of the plant, it's so damn close to some of these very, very delicate terpenes that are the most effervescent. I don't know all the medical stuff with it, but oh my God, the taste is phenomenal. And even though, I start out with a different solvent so that I don't break it, every time, no matter how you do the process and you're having to use that ethanol wash to either de-wax or something like that, there are terpenes that just don't survive it. And I can tell this because even if I highly distill to recover the ethanol, guaranteed I'm going to have terpenes in that highly refined ethanol. Those molecules are so close. And what I hear is you don't lose any of that. That's still on your palate where you can then mix.
It's in my water, okay? So now, because everything is formed inside the resin head, even the terpenes are formed inside the resin head. What comes from the stock, it's a precursor of terpene. Then it's stored in the underbelly of the resin head in that little rosetta shape. It transforms into terpene and then it sips inside the main chamber of the resin head. There it binds with the phenol and all those enzymes, and it creates, through synthase, it creates different cannabinoids. When it does that, there is a second pocket in the resin head, separated by a membrane. Slowly, the cannabinoids that are formed are seeping through that membrane and filling up that second chamber. And that second chamber slowly get bigger and bigger because it fills up with cannabinoid formed. So when you break away the resin head from the stock, everything is in your resin head. All the terpene, soluble, water soluble or not, they're inside that resin head. What is seeping in the water, we don't know, but I believe that is those precursors of terpenes that are seeping, or whatever is leaking from the underbelly of the resin head, which is not the terpene I want. The terpene I want are locked inside. It's when that membrane is broken that then I lose. Sam the Skunk Man had the best logical explanation for that smell outside what I say that membrane let water seep through, and because the water seeps through, the terpene would have a way out. I don't know the science behind that, but yeah, that would make sense. But now it's like me, what I want, do trim for trim with me. You do dry sieve, I do water, and then we check with lab test. Not like I taste, I know it tastes better. It's like all that bullshit, ice water, ash tastes like shit. Like, let's do trim for trim. We serious lab test. And then we talk. Really, do I lose something? Because I want to know what is the best tech. It's like, I don't care if it's mine. I don't want to lose terpene. I want to pick up that wellness, and I want to learn the best way to do it. It's simple. It doesn't go much further than that. And the rest, I don't really care. I care for for the stuff I love the most. It's collecting resin and make hash in the best way possible that can reflect the best possible way the genetic is made from. And that was the trip at the beginning with aficionado. It's like the ash represents the genetic. It's the final expression of the plant. It's the bloody history, the book of our life is inside that resin head.
So with that note, what is your opinion on, I know some people like to take their plants right after they harvest them and run bubble immediately to try and do like a live resin or a live rosin or something similar to that. What are your thoughts on that? And do you think that changes anything? And then is there a difference between curing the resin heads, say on the plant for 6 to 9 months versus collecting them immediately off and then curing them after? And is that anything you've tried or?
Yes, I mean, it's something not I have tried, but I have experience. That's in producing country. You have country who do hashish. Hashish is made from plants that have been dried and cured minimum 6 to 9 months. And then you have India, where you collect live resin on your hand. It's charas, and it's 2 different products. So when you have live resin, you have the peak of the plant at the end of her life when she expresses the maximum. When you dry and cure, you're going to lose 80% of your terp. But the terps that stay transform in a way they're polymer bound. It's called the polymerization. And at the end of the day, you have a different terpene profile that is not similar to the live resin and is far away from just dried flower. Okay? And now, what is the best? Well, personally, when I set feet in India, I spent 8 years in my life making charas, and I didn't go back in a hash producing country. But if I take the example of the Pinot Noir from aficionado, I rather have it cured because it makes hash that tastes like chocolate than live. Live, it's nice, but it's something that I have experienced before. It's like a field of flower with a hint of lavender of it. Very much, smell very much like Provence, like the south of France. But I rather smoke the milk chocolate ash cured than the live resin. So it really depends. And what is the best? It's a question of taste. It's not the same experience, mental, body. It's just different product. You cannot compare. They're both great, and it's the 2 peak of what the plant can give you. Dried and cured perfectly, or just live.
So what is your lost my train of thought on that one. I'll think of it in a second. Oh, here. I have a thing here. Oh, so some of us you and I have the pleasure of experiencing charas. Do you want to explain to people what charas is? Because not everybody out there knows what charas is, especially because I've only seen it once in the States, and it was when a Pakistani fellow happened to share some with me. So
charas, it's collecting resin on the palm of your hand is most certainly the oldest tech to collect resin from the cannabis plant. It's hardly used anymore in hash-producing countries like Morocco, Lebanon, Afghanistan, Pakistan, but it's still practiced. Like often if the kids at the beginning before harvesting, or if they want a little chance, they still do it, but it's not like India, Nepal, Bhutan, where the climatic condition defines the technique that you have to use to collect resin. It's too humid in this country to be able to do dry sieve. So it stayed the best tech to collect resin. And it's quite simple. Huh? You take off the biggest fan leaf with your fingernails, and you caress gently the bud up and down, once or twice, super lightly, without trying to break any leaf matter. Because if you bring leaf matter, you not only you put chlorophyll in your on your resin, on your hand, but you put water there too. And water is bad. You cannot have sweaty hands. You cannot have oily hands. That's you cannot make charas if you have oily hand or if you sweat easy. It's going to be a big disadvantage because it's really hot in the field, and to keep the resin sticky, you need to avoid anything that is oil or water. So it's a big waste, because you collect maybe 20% of the resin, 30% max. But it's done in the Himalaya, where cannabis rule was maybe like it's one of the potential birthplace of cannabis. So, and it's everywhere in the mountain. So there is not that mentality of trying to maximize the production of a plant. You just collect.
Can you harvest more than one time? Like, can you rub the plants? Do the trichomes like regenerate or anything?
They do to a point, but how early do you want to do that? I mean, I know in Jamaica they do it 3 times full power.
Yeah, I was
But
just
then
going
your
to say.
first time, when are you doing it?
I'm just
There is only one time in the life of the plant when the resin is perfect. It's at peak of harvest. That's it. That's the time you want it. Everything else is like milking for milking, but it's like, when do you smoke?
Yeah, I was going to say, there's so much variation in genetics and stuff like that, and I'm curious about what do you think is, because I feel like there's obvious differences even in texture. You can feel that some resin is very oily, and I'm talking about at harvest time, and other resin is very sticky. It varies so much genetically, and the stalks themselves, the trichomes, some are very low lying, and the resin balls, as you're calling them, are very small. Other ones the stalks are very tall and they sit very high on the leaf. There's so much infinite variation.
When you look at different flowers, you see the difference between, you can recognize flower, and there is a huge difference between a sativa and an indica. A sativa in the Himalaya, they grow tall and linky, and there is no dust, there is no wind, there is a huge insect life. That means that the resin creates characteristic according to its habitat, according to the climate and the region where it lives. The feet of the Himalaya and the Hindu Kush touch. When you go in the Hindu Kush, it's super dry, super windy, super dusty. So the plant cannot grow high, they stay low. They compensate by making wider leaf to be able to process as much light. And a resin that needed to be sticky in the Himalaya because there is so much insect life, in the Hindu Kush where there is no life, but there is a lot of dust that would collect on the resin head and hamper all the functions that is necessary to the plant. The plant is not create a resin that is as sticky as the sativa in the Himalaya. That means that you can literally recognize genetic by its resin. There is that much characteristic to it. And you can recognize the amount of breeding one way or the other by its characteristic, from sandy to oily, sticky, melty. It's all part of what the plant need to rule her kingdom.
That's incredible. That's amazing. I have one more question about the mechanics of the resin gland itself. Like you were describing, as though the resin gland itself has almost a some kind of a cell around, or something that protects it. Do you think that that's a result of the polymerization of the oil, the sort of the oil that's exposed to the air sort of creates a shell of its own because of that, or is there some other physical containment?
Or during the day when the resin heads are exuding the terpene to do whatever the plant wants to do, like the terpene are a mean to rule the kingdom. That means that those terpenes, they can attract insect, reject insect, kill other plants. They rule their place. Everything is ruled by the plant on top and underground. And during the day, they exude those terpenes. It's strong. At night, it cuts down. That's why it's better to harvest around 3-4 o'clock in the morning, where all the terpenes are locked inside. That exudation, it's like, it's not it's part of what you receive when you harvest the plant during the day. And it's almost something you should avoid in a certain, if you could. It's best to harvest before daylight, so that the plant is holding everything in. It's like the terpene is a tool for the plant. It's like smell can drive human crazy. Terpene rules the insect world, and we feel them. Everything that the plant used to rule the world, it was first the insect world. And our nervous system is wired like the insect, basically. So everything, it's like it came back to us. It wasn't created for us, but we are part of a chain of evolution that is dependent on our health to a certain point, to that plant at an amazing level. Give me a second.
No worries.
Boy, this guy is fantastic.
I vote if he ever wants to come back, we let him come back.
I just wanted to, while he's away, let me, his next workshop is in Barcelona on March 8th. You can look him up on frenchycannoli.everbright.com. And then his next San Francisco class is on March 24th. In fact, you can actually take the next one-day cannabis class if you want to do aquaponic cannabis the day after. So you can come take Frenchy's class, and then on Saturday, and then mine on Monday.
I'm at for 420. I will upload the whole workshop on YouTube for free for everybody to access in 4 parts with subtitles. And it was done like that one. It's not showing what I do. This is the workshop one-on-one. I did it in front of the camera for the person who's going to watch, not something that was filmed during a workshop. I wanted something much more intimate. I wanted really to be able to look personally at the guy on the screen when they were going to look at that workshop, so that they have my full attention. It's not something picked up in a workshop where I worry about the identity of my attendees, because not of them want to be on a video, and also I don't want to change that atmosphere, that intimacy that you create with that specific group. It's special. Every group is different. And it's not something that I can really truly use to teach one guy separately on the screen. I really wanted to separate it and to give something specific for the online access, so that people have the full experience with all the detail, except the wall ranting while I wait for the machine to spin. It cut down, but it's still going to be a 4 hours part. It's going to be cut into a 4 part of 1 hour.
Awesome. That's really, really cool. So, well, do you want to? I'll let you tend to him if you need. Do you want to explain to people? You had a great explanation. I think it was on Hash Church on hash plants versus ganja plants, and I thought maybe you could touch on that again, because they're very completely different, and a lot of people don't realize that there's a difference between the two.
But you have to think that all the genetics that have been used to breed what we have been breeding in the Western world come from land race. And those land race, there is an evolution through thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years, at least over 10,000 of years of evolution of those plants in those specific country under specific condition and production. That means that those plants slowly, season after season, the female that the seeds were collected from were chosen. It's not any seeds from any female. And for the male, the same. The males that stay in the field to pollinate the field are not any male. It's the best males that grow in the field. And that is that makes that created genetics that are totally adapted to hashish production and the producing country, like the Lebanese in Lebanon. Those plants stay small and even grown in other country after 30 seasons a year, a Lebanese plant will stay small. They don't grow tall, and they hash producing. But it's like it's really the terroir in its full meaning that created what we call hash plant or charas plant. It's really the land, the climate, the genetic, and the know-how of the farmer. That's the terroir. That's what creates uniqueness. And you cannot duplicate it. You can play around with it in foreign countries through breeding, but you can't mimic it. You can't mimic a terroir. It's like it's not possible. There is two science on soil itself. There is a science of the soil formation, and there is a science of how the soil define the microbial life that is inside it and that give life to the plant. So it's like the soil is a big deal. The soil is the shaper, is the giver of life. And the climate is the shaper of that life. It gives shape and color to that life. You can't put that in a pot. There is no indoor terroir. There is only real true terroir, the land. Everything else is part of the terroir, like a greenhouse. You may use, even if you put it directly in the ground, and it's an open greenhouse, it's still not the terroir. It's like that plant is not going to be the pure expression of that specific place. You know what I mean? And that's what makes the difference between products. That's why you have like farmers that can produce stuff that only the Grand Chef Michelin would buy, and you have the stuff that is made in such quantity that you have no way to know where it's coming from.
I like to explain to people that Terrar is what makes your phenome a phenome and not the genome. The interaction between the terroir and the genome is what your difference in phenomes are, and that expression. Is that a good explanation of it?
The phenotype. The phenotype is
like humanity.
And partly the environment.
We have all the same ancestor. It's very simple. So what gives us that diversity but the land and the food that is grown on that land? I'd like to know, because there is only one race, the human race, Homo sapiens. The other one we destroyed a long time ago. So it's like, where does all that diversity is coming from? But for the land that is made of diversity, diversity is the name of the game. Diversity is survival.
Yep. What's your personal?
We eat so many. I mean, that's what the human race is kind of the big omnivore of the planet. You know, so we can't really easily afford. You know, we are kind of in many ways dependent on so many parts of the planet for food. We eat everything.
No, but we are even dependent on the air we breathe.
Especially these French guys, you guys really eat everything.
That has 500 million years of evolution on us. A living organism that is aware and intelligent enough to conquer the planet and have every mobile being doing what they do, what they want them to do. It's like, human being, it's only a pollinator after all, if you look at it on the planet wide. You know what I mean? And we're not doing such a great job lately.
So what is Frenchy's favorite hash? If you could just smoke one type of hash, what type of hash would you smoke?
Oh, that's a bad question. Not with the choice I have now.
Or maybe even top 3, that would work.
It's like if I had to smoke only one hash, would be jungle from the Parvati Valley in India. I have grown at 9,000-10,000 feet. I would give anything to be able to smoke that. Only, even like the best strain from aficionado and the best banana, bananji, tangy, you name them all. The charas, jungle charas from Toshanactang in the Parvati Valley. That would be my choice after all. It's funny, go back to old school.
Yeah, can I find that on weed maps or on Leafy?
Sorry?
Can I find that on weed maps or on Leafy?
You know, if you want that, you need to go there, and even now it's not the same. Like when in 1980, the first time I was there, you needed to walk a good day walk to get to the end of the valley, and then another few hours in a jungle to do the jungle. Now you have a road going there. So it's not quite the same. The Malana Valley, everything has changed. They built 7 dams. It's places that were really the end of the world, where you didn't see a living being for months. Now it's full of tourism, rave party, and shit like that.
In other words, that ship is sailed.
You just have to go further.
Yeah. That ship has sailed, Tommy. Yeah. That's interesting, though. Yeah, you have to go back here and traipse through the jungle for a day and a half to get this shit. You know, that's pretty awesome. You know.
No, but I live in cave for months. I mean, it's like in India, to do the stuff I wanted to have, you need to go out of your way. Huh? There is everything you need to carry yourself. There is no food. There is nothing there. And even the local, like, have you ever heard of Malana cream? It's Malana. It's a small valley in the middle of nowhere in the Himalaya, a small village where you cannot touch the people because they are of the highest caste. They're supposed to be descendants of Alexander the Great. It was the last democracy on earth. And when I was there, it was a kind of not so secret anymore place to get the best of the best. Like in the Himalaya, in northern India, there is the first things I learned in my first year. You have the jungle grown at the end of the Parvati Valley, and the cultivated field, you would go to Malana Valley. And that's what I did. And for 7 seasons in a row. But the cultivated is not quite the same than the wild cannabis. Wild cannabis, depending where it grows, it picks up the characteristic of the land. It's like I had patches of cannabis growing in wild strawberries. The stuff like the ash, the charas tasted like strawberries. And every patches that grow into some type of under nut bushes or under specific trees, it really captures the terpene profile of the plant that dominates that
the fruit
opening in the jungle where the plant grows.
Wow, that's interesting, because I've had a lot of people ask me about that stuff, and I really hadn't done a lot of experimentation, although I had a greenhouse where I grew a bunch of peppers, and I wondered at times about that, because I did, allegedly, possibly add a couple of plants in my greenhouse there. But that's interesting that you find that if they're under a nut plant, or a nut or a bush or whatever, it takes on the terpenes of the other vegetable or fruit.
So tell.
To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of a placebo effect that we had, imagining that it tasted like it. And then learning more about the plant, it seems that the plant is picking up the terpene, the main terpene profile of its habitat to fit into it and maximize its potential, I imagine. I'm not sure. But like the Strawberry Kush the Strawberry Cuff from Kyle Cushman is supposed to be a plant that has grown for generations in the field of strawberries.
What do you think about grapes, about intercropping with grapes? We have a lot of them here in California. You were saying terroir.
There is not enough space for a plant to grow well between the vine. And the vine, they have some serious roots under that. You know what I mean? They rule. They're underground. It will be difficult for a plant to grow in without damaging the root system of the vine, just to make the space for it.
I was just thinking, because there was a dispute, I think it was in southern Oregon, with the neighbors were wine grape growers, and the guys wanted to start a cannabis farm, and the wine guys were complaining that they were trying to prevent them from growing cannabis, saying that it was going to affect their wine crop. And I was thinking, wow, you guys should cash in and combine share your land, grow together, and both brag that your grapes are intercropped with cannabis and that your cannabis is intercropped with grapes. I thought, maybe you might have to make more space between the rows, like you said. But
no, not even. It's like the cannabis cannot affect the whole characteristics that the grape is picking it. She's picking it from the soil, and not even from the soil, from the microbial life that is in the soil. That's what defines what you get into the wine. It's not the soil. It's the same with the cannabis plant. It's those microbes that break nutrients that feed the plant. They're really giving food to the plant. They're creating everything that goes into that plant. They're the ones that really give those characteristics. So you can't really change that. That's the soil. That's those two science of the soil together that gave that power to to the plant. So the smell of cannabis next to the grape is not going to change the characteristic of the wine at the end of the day. That's really not being very knowledgeable of what you're doing.
Hey, I just wanted to introduce you to something since you brought it up. Well, I'd like to introduce you to a Strawberry Kush clone right here.
Oh.
Here's a Strawberry Kush clone. Just happen to have one or two, allegedly.
And I have not tried many breedings that were really interesting with it. It's like everything that I have tried was okay, but not great, except for one that Bud and Roses did, the Star Dog and the Strawberry Kush together. If I had to breed her, I would breed with some type of chem. It looks like they have certain affinities also.
Awesome.
Isn't Girl Scout cookie has the Durbin Poison on the and cherry pie or something like that? Crossed with a
many story to that one.
Girl Scout cookie.
Whatever, it's like it's as much as I don't really like the plant because I was expecting the Durbin, and Durbin is one of my favorites. I don't like the flower much, but it makes some amazing hash, I have to say. And a lot of this of what was breeded with Girl Scout cookie show how much power there is in that plant. I mean, it's like for that I have to say. We all have to say thank you to the breeder because that's a nice addition to the toolbox of a lot of breeders.
You know, the Durbin Poison is great. I have a friend from Durbin that brought me you know some of the genetics from down there, so I have a really and I have my Oreo plant is 50% Durbin Poison, and that one has a very oily resin. And I figure I haven't had it tested, but I'm sure it has a lot of THCV. It's extremely up, and it suppresses appetite. And it's like a shot of espresso. You know, it's you know, don't even smoke it at night. You know, if you expect to chill out, you might have a bad episode. You know, racing thoughts and stuff like that. But
and
it's very.
It has a strong hallucinogenic side also that most people don't like.
Yeah, you know that Durbin Poison thing is very it's very different. It's a really unusual. You know, some people have had bad episodes on it because whatever I crossed it with is pretty high in THC, and you know, so it's it's kind of potent but still very racy and sativa-ish in effects, which can be unexpected. People don't expect that. It's that kind of, it's a rare thing, you know. You don't find it much.
And I've not smoked. Like I had a friend from Durbin who gave me some Durbin Poison a long time ago, and I can remember clearly the buzz and the taste of it because I had never tasted something so yummy in my life. But at that time, I had never smoked much flower. And the other really strong flower that I smoked before coming here was a Thai stick, looking really nothing very impressive. And the stuff was powerful, but like people don't want to smoke with you, literally. And I have not smoked something that strong since.
Yeah, Thai stick is definitely the one time I smoked true Thai stick, it knocked me out. Yeah. I was tripping all night.
Yeah, it's very basic, very tripping. Tripping is exactly right.
When I was going to work, I worked a graveyard shift at my job, and on my way out, my friends, my roommate had friends drop in from California, and on the way down, he goes, well, hit this. I said, what is it? He goes, just some Thai stick. I said, okay. I'd never smoked it before. I was probably about 19 or 20, you know, and I took a couple hits, and I got in the car and I drove down the street, and I took a right, and I drove about a quarter mile to the stoplight where I had to take a right to go down the highway to get to my job. And I realized I sat through like 2 or 3 green lights. You know, soon it's like I felt fine until I hit the brakes to stop at the stoplight, and then it was like, whoa, and I just, yeah, I mean, yeah, I got to admit that's true. It's, if you haven't got to smoke true Thai stick, I tell you what, that was a treat. That was a treat. I mean, that was back in the late 70s. See, that was
like a friend who's a Vietnam vet, or a couple of friends, but you know, one who's and he says that his theory is that, you know, because I know there's the legend or the stories in upstate California that genetics were brought back by various Vietnam vets from Vietnam, and there might be some Vietnamese genetics in Northern California, but my friend, this one Nam vet friend says that he thinks that a lot of the genetics that guys brought back from Vietnam was actually Thai. That a lot of what they were getting, what they were even smoking in Vietnam was probably grown in Thailand. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
I think it grows all over the place over there, but
in Cambodia most certainly, but it grows in Vietnam too. It's all over.
Yeah.
It's not.
But he was suggesting that the Thai was higher quality, and if the guys had brought back the really good stuff from Vietnam, that it would have been the Thai. That's what he was saying.
Going back to the Durbin, one of my best strains, in fact, the one that's the splat screen for the show before we go live, is actually a Durbin Poison Island Sweet Skunk hybrid that was the best tasting I've ever grown.
Dude, Island Sweet
the best taster.
Island Sweet Skunks is basically the only thing I've ever smoked that made me jealous, dude. I was like, dude, what? Whoever knocked that shit out, man. Man, oh man, am I jealous. I've actually tried to kind of fix that quality a couple of times. I swear I've gotten there with close to that taste a few times and pursued it on at least 2 different occasions. So, you know, when oh man, and it has that purple haze, man. So it makes a haze in the room, right? You blow out the hit, and you know you got to be actually smoking a blunt, and it hangs in the room, and it's actually blue, right? And it lingers, and if you go out of the room and come back in, the smell is so amazing. Anyone else coming in the room goes, "Wow, what were you guys smoking? Wow, what is that?" You know, and it's like a boomerang. You go out the door so you can experience coming back in. You know, it's called the boomerang effect. You know, it's like, oh boy, wow, it smells great again. The room smells beautiful.
When you smell different flower and you have you smell some coffee in between to clean your nose, it's the same.
It's the same. Well, it's a hybrid. It's that Island Sweet Skunk. It's got a lot of sativa in it, but it seems like you get that around 2nd or 3rd generation after the hybridization, and you're still inbreeding. You start getting those amazing blends, but then a lot of times it's hard to nail them down after those first couple of generations after the cross between these 2 unrelated, an indica and a sativa. And that's exactly how I've nearly chased down that smell before. So when I smelled Island Sweet Skunk, when I tried it, I was like, you fuckers. I tried that twice and I failed, you know. I mean,
exactly.
Mind blowing.
How much there is behind
I recognize
breeding.
Huh? I'm just saying,
how much breeding. It's like to hunt a certain characteristic and being able to lock it down.
Yes.
It's
takes you have to set something in mind and keep it in mind a long period of time. It's a pain. It's heavy lifting. It's a real pain. But it's incredibly rewarding. If people say that, people say, well, smoking cannabis is not addicting, but growing is addicting. Well, breeding is beyond addicting. It actually becomes a responsibility, which is why I began literally giving genetics away years and years ago, because you start realizing that, cannabis seeds don't last that long. And every time plants are so variable, even if it's just incredible. So there's all these different pathways and different, directions to go, and you have to make choices. So at a certain point, you want to give the seeds to your friend. You say, hey, look, I'm not ever going to get around to this project. You do that right away. And I've been doing it all.
Jean, Min Jean from Mendocino, gave me the most simple and beautiful explanation of breeding. He was explaining us breeding. It's like, imagine a highway with 30 lines of car, and every type of car, every color, every mark. And at the end of the day, when you have only one line, you need to have only one color, one brand. And every time you breed, you take a line out. And slowly, you get to the red Mustang. And that's all you get, it's a red Mustang. And if there is anything more than that red Mustang, something somewhere in a line, it wasn't perfect, you have to backtrack to get back to where you want to go. I mean, it's a very simplified version of it, but that's basically it.
You can make continuous improvements over time if you work towards open pollination, if you work towards if you start including as many plants as possible early on, and progeny testing. But what I was saying about the island sweet skunk was that it seemed to me in other breeding plans that I had used that kind of combination of smell and flavor only happened at certain generations, at certain points after a cross. And so I was amazed, and I was really impressed that they were able to literally nail that down, and maybe it was by merciless backcrossing, cubing of a select plant. Maybe it was a simple method like that, and it happened to work. A lot of times it doesn't. Maybe they lucked out in some.
Skunk, it's like that. The breeding was minimal at that level. The guy just a jackpot. Sometimes you just nail down something because it fit. And other to get the same, you would have to go to a F7, F9 with a huge cross-pollination at the beginning to get the same rate.
Yeah.
No, it's like me. I feel bad because all my life I've not known the plant. I've understood only the resin, and I started to even just look at the flower when I started to be with Minjin and Leo and Swami and like breeder and grower who have a deep knowledge of the flower. Then I started to learn about it. For me, my knowledge was everything was the resin. The flower is just what holds the resin. It's for the goat. Literally, like in India and most producing country, all that goes to the goat. Once you shake it, that's it. So I feel bad because I have seen some amazing genetic that I didn't know what I was looking at. It's a shame to have been so ignorant with such a treasure in front of me and having no clue.
Well, your skill actually, as you said before, depends quite a bit on the genetics. It's not a method that uses up a lousy product or something that people can't. It's much better to take prime product, prime flower for you to work with, obviously. just like a grape wine grower, you know.
It's the same thing.
And also-
new growers and people that want to be successful growing. It's all about getting great genetics in the first place. And I love that you did mention that earlier, Frenchy. It all starts with the genetics. I loved it. I didn't want to interrupt you. You were on a roll at the time, but yeah, I'm glad Mr. Green Jeans brought that up because it's all about the genetics, and you go from there, and you can do whatever you want.
Also, look at how you're having strain extinction. Look at how basically anything that's over 8 weeks and 10 weeks is being not grown anymore because of the way the commercial industry, with California being an exception, Oregon being a little bit of an exception, but a large part of the commercial industry, especially indoor and greenhouse, is moving to these turn and burn strains. You're also moving away from stinky strains. You're not seeing skunk #1. You're not seeing some of these really stinky strains that have very unique terpene profiles and cannabinoid profiles because it means they have to spend more on odor mitigation. So you're actually seeing the commercial market steering some of these cannabinoid and terpene profiles without realizing it because of what they're trying to get away from for commercial reasons, which is a shame, and why we need to actually go back and look at some of these other strains. There could be medicinal compounds or higher levels of compounds we're after in some of these strains that don't necessarily fit that commercial model, and that's really what's a shame with what's going on right now on the genetic end of the industry.
I still like the older strains for that reason too, because like you said, in fact, that's funny. You just mentioned my favorite strains, skunk #1. That, if I could have if somebody could give me some of that, I'd be very happy. I can't get any of that.
Well, we have the cut. Soon you can come and see me. We are bringing it up. We have the 1986 skunk #1 cut.
That's funny. That's funny you say that, Roger, because the 3 plants that I just started in my new grow are all original skunk #1 re-veg clones.
Yeah, I love that. I love it.
I have to go. I'm in the Bay Area. I gotta go pick one up from Frenchy.
If I was going to breed, I would have to have one of those. To me, that would have to be in the stable. You'd have to have a skunk #1 if you're going to breed. That I think.
Yeah, but very few people have it. No, as a breeding, people should worry because how is it possible for a plant that has the best epigenetic memory in a plant kingdom still having problem with mite and mildew and stuff like that, like generation after generation? It shouldn't be. The plant is supposed to be able to transform its own DNA so that the next generation can deal with the problem. So if you're breeding and you still have those huge problems, how come? I have never seen that in a producing country. So because of prohibition, all the breeding has been focused in one direction. There is no free meal here. If you go one direction, you are losing on the other side. So you may get bigger bud, you may get shorter time, you may get a lot, but you get powdery mildew and a plant that are not healthy enough to make it.
You're making me think that breeding, that's why I think breeding indoors is so good, is because the really important thing for me to do is to remove stress, right? I have to be able to see as much, any kind of stress, even terroir, even the environment is a little bit of stress. I have to remove stress completely.
Exactly the opposite. Leave your plant in the ground in the winter if you want them to become heirloom and know your terroir. That's what I'm telling you. It's like, don't stop babysitting your genetic. You make it weak. Stop overfeeding. Stop overwatering. Instead of making big fat girl, make Olympic champ, make muscle, not density. You know what I mean? Like you make your genetic weak. When you breed indoor, it's different.
Get some cherry bomb seeds, brother. You should try some Green Jeans genetics.
May become another sativite. It's different. What you bring
my genetics are famously tough. My genetics are famously tough.
Well,
okay. You get,
Yeah,
but
you
that's not
and
because
that's
you're
cherry
going
bomb seeds,
to
bro.
them, huh?
Oh no,
My
but here's the deal though. If you're going for resin, the plants actually need that stress. They need the UV exposure. In fact, you were Frenchy. You were just talking about how when you're curing before the show, I brought up something that I had seen in Jamaica, and I was totally wrong on it. And you corrected me about the sun being playing a role in the curing, and even a little bit of photosynthesis post harvest actually made a difference in the resin. You know, I didn't even realize that all those little things played such a role. Let me fix that.
all right.
If you want really genetic, I mean, breeding indoor, it's different because what you breed indoor is going to have a hard time growing outdoor and vice versa. Because you're breeding a plant in a certain habitat, that habitat defines the plant. The food you give, everything defines the next generation. So, yeah, you breed strong plant, but
It's not been my experience. My stuff grows outside amazingly.
Well,
I
some
think my
genetics will do
been
better
setting
with.
birds all over the place.
Well, some genetics will, but you're not exposing them to the full. I'll give you a great example of something we learned in aquaponics, and it speaks to Frenchy's point on when you diversify the microbial life in the root zone, such as in a dual root zone, you get actually a stronger microbial resistance. And by even having the plants outside, you're exposing them to more microbes that can then challenge that plant's immune system the same way that like a vaccine or just taking your kid and giving them chicken pox and getting those antibodies is the same kind of thing. The plant needs to build up its immune system, and that is something that I've definitely noticed with some of the indoor strains, particularly with the clone-only strains, because the genetics are so much older, and because it's been weakened over time. That really, it does play a role, especially when you get to NorCal versus SoCal.
Interesting.
I've seen the climate transform plants that were grown, that were cultivated in India. And when you let the plant, the seeds, spend the winter in the ground, the plant that grows a year after is not quite the same. And if you do that for a few generations, you have another entity altogether. You have a lot more diversity, a lot more power in a plant. That means that if you, especially when you grow outdoor, if your plant is not adapted to the land and you're a breeder, let a bed of seed in the winter, whatever sprout and thrive after, you want to breed with that because that becomes local. It's like you want to create heirloom genetic. You want to create your own genetics that is adapted to your own habitat. For that, you need to give the power to the plant to do it. You cannot. You don't rule. The plant does. And if you give it key moments that there is a winter, there is season, there is cold on the seeds, it's like a seeds to sprout well, it's better to put it in the fridge. It's like seeds need the cold. A fruit tree needs the cold in the winter to produce more fruit in the summer. It's like that's nature. So if you want to make your genetic strong, you need the help of nature. Indoor breeding, it's another entity altogether. I'm not really sure about what it will do to indoor genetic to do stuff like that, because it's you create a specific habitat for
between indoor genetics and outdoor genetics. Everything basically all the genetics that I've read work really well outdoors unless they're heavily, unless they're have indica traits that keep them kind of small, which can be blended easily with sativa traits. So it's possible to have a very plant which seems and consumes very indica dominant, which is a huge tree. So and which is extremely healthy. I mean, Cherry Bomb, when I was giving it away in the public domain, was at least at generation 15 inbred all the way, and is extremely healthy and vigorous. You know, I mean, like no signs of inbreeding degradation whatsoever, but a lot of.
Some strains will do really good, and it's not to say that all of them will, but you know, the majority.
It's strain specific.
Cherry Bomb's phenomenal outdoors. I mean, I don't know. I don't really. Maybe I guess I just you know, I definitely have leaned towards sativa. You know, sativa dominant stuff anyway. So that could be part of it, I suppose. But I've never really had any trouble. I mean, a lot of my stuff is being purchased by guys up in Mendocino right now. And one of the reasons why they like it is because my plants grow so big and so fast and produce so much. You know, high yield is really good for everybody, not just the recreational. And not only high yield, but very tough plants that don't get wimpy genetics. You know, I immediately recognize something that requires a lot of care, you know, that when it comes into my garden, if I get, and this is the reason why a lot of elite clones that have come through, I haven't saved them, is because after I crossed them, I came up with something a lot better that was tougher and higher yielding and a lot of things that the sort of commercial grower would consider better. So I think that's the reason why I've had a lot of success with outdoor commercial growers.
That's why.
Yep.
So have we had any hash related questions coming out of chat tonight? Who do we got in there?
Way to go, Brain Bro. Good job, buddy.
I actually had a question on consumption, but the breeding argument was going on so long, I was just like, oh wait. But I had a question that was kind of pertaining to hash consumption, and I can't be 100% sure if y'all covered this while I cut out a couple of times. But say you have your perfect hash that you made right in front of you, Frenchy. Do you prefer to consume that just the way it is, or do you refine that into another type of concentrate such as rosin or BHO or whatever?
Oh no. For me, hash is the final product.
No.
I have nothing against concentrate, extract. Actually, if I was young, if I was 20, even if I had all the knowledge on hash that I have right now, I would put it on the side and go and learn how to extract. Because for me to be able to do something that the big pharma can't and put it on the market is even more powerful than my little domain of hash making, because it has a bigger impact. So it's like I have an understanding of BHO and CO2 bigger than most, because I was born in the perfume industry, and BHO and CO2 are the best tool to collect the most volatile terpene. So it's like it's an amazing tool to as an extraction. But what I do is not an extraction. I'm making wine. I'm not making a spirit.
Yeah, I got it. You're making hash. You're not doing extractions and using any kind of
I mostly wanted to ask that question because a lot of folks like to take their hash that they made and press it into rosin or something like that. And that's why I wanted to ask that question mostly.
So it's like it makes for two different products. It's like the hash, when you smoke my hash in general, it's even when it's a little bit on the energetic side, it's that comfortable feeling of warmth, like having a warm blanket on your shoulder in front of a fire and it's snowing outside. When you smoke the rosin made from that ash, you got a big bang, speediness, and a short run. So it's like, it's kind of nice. And in the afternoon, instead of napping or having a coffee, I go and have 2 or 3 dabs of rosin, but I don't receive from rosin that feeling of well-being that I have when I smoke hash. So it's like, because it's the juice of the fruit, it's not the fruit. Eating an apple and drinking the juice extracted from the apple, it's still the apple, but it's not quite the same. That's why I'm into that. I'm into the wholeness of the fruit, the wholeness of the resin head, instead of just the juice from it. Because the value of what creates that resin is huge. It's like when you take it off the equation, you just don't have the same product. It doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It's just that it's different entity. And then when you go into extraction, every product is different. You create, like, there is an amazing number of products that are radically different. It's like, it's not only the way you finish and the look, there is some of it, but the experience itself is quite different between a shatter and a honeycomb or a live resin. It's huge. It's like, it's still an extract, but there is a huge difference between them. And that's the beauty of that domain. It's like, there's so much to discover.
So on that note, there's a great question in chat. It says, some of the high CBD strains I have tiny trikes, most collected in the 45 to 25 micron range. I'm having a hard time getting the small heads to wash off. What's the best method for removing the small trikes? And on that note too, after that, do you want to talk maybe a little bit on the trike head size on ripeness? Because I learned so much from you on a couple of different talks that you've done on that, and really helped me become a better hash maker.
So it's like the size of the ripeness on a resin head, basically it's considered between 70 and 120. Okay, but I don't believe that size defines ripeness. Not at all. For me, the size, yes, the size defines ripeness. The bigger they are, the more resin there is in it. The smaller they are, the further they are from pure full ripeness. So the further they are from full ripeness, let's say my 25 micron, in my 25 micron, I got a lot of CBG. CBG is a precursor of CBD and THC. I'm not interested personally into it. But if I give it to an extractor, CBG, it's a hell of a good cannabinoid. It has a lot of medical aspect to it. So it's like, for me, as a hash maker, it's not ripe. I don't care for it. But instead of throwing it away, I collect it so that somebody else can make something with it. Me, I want the ripeness, and my range is 45 to 160, my full spectrum that I don't separate.
So to relate to the question I asked a little bit ago, what is the, in your opinion, preferred method of consuming hash? Do you just throw it in a bowl and smoke it, or is there something else that people should be doing with it?
I smoke it with a pipe that to smoke flower, and I just put ash on top of the flower. I make a kind of a bottom flower to hold the ash, and I put the ash on top of it, and I smoke the ash like that. Or I mix the flower and the ash. You know, flower and ash are very different buzz, very different experience, and mixing them up, it's bon. It's like, for me, a hash maker, flower really kick me seriously, and I like that that mix of the two expression of the plant. With the plant matter, it's very different than just the resin. As much as I am totally dedicated to the resin because everything is made there, when the plant matter come into the equation, it's bigger.
Awesome.
Otherwise, I use a 3-hole bowl made by Andy Roth. It's like, instead of having a flower bowl with the hole at the bottom, you have a bottom that is
like a glass screen, sort of.
Rondish receptacle, and the oil are at the top of the bowl. And I use a wand, a ceramic wand, to eat the ash, and I smoke it like that on the rig. That's my second favorite. Otherwise, I smoke the chillon. And that's an old habit from India.
So we had another question from chat. It says, I'm not sure where I heard this, but recently I heard there are 3 different types of trichomes: CBD, tall, medium, and short. And basically the shorter ones are harder to get off. Is that remotely true?
There is a type of trichome. That's true. There is a bulbous. They are literally on the leaf of the plant. There is no stalk to it. Then there is a sessile trichome. They have like maybe 2 or 3 cellules of stalk. So they're really short stalk. And then you have the stalk trichome, the one we want, the one the plant produces to protect herself, the one with the long leg. And for the plant to produce...
Somebody's getting somebody's ass over there.
The cat and the dog are getting to know each other still, I guess.
I think that's how the dog asked for another nibble of hash.
Yeah.
The stalk resin head, they are made when the condition of the habitat are harsh. When it's very hot, they're going to produce a lot of them, because when there is a huge density, the heads are almost touching each other. And the length of the stalk is the protection. There is an airflow there it's like air condition for the leaf. There is no dirt and dust that can block the stomata. There is no dehydration of the plant during the day. And at night, it's the opposite. When it's very cold, the plant does the same to protect the leaf from the frost, from drying up. So you cannot grow the trichome. You can grow the terpenes that would create the cannabinoid inside the trichome, but to create the trichome, you need conditions that are promoting the growth of those. That means you don't want to stress the plant, but you want to create conditions that push the plant to create them. When it's outdoors, the natural condition does that, like the insect life and the wind and all that, make it happen. Indoor, it's a little bit more difficult because people are afraid to keep it like they really like stable, and it's not getting the best expression of the plant. What you get, it's what you feed. It's not the plant giving it to you. It's not defined by the condition of the growth. It's defined by the grower and the nutrients. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah, it's kind of like I guess a good allegory would be, so for brackish water fish that don't live in freshwater or saltwater, they live in tidal areas, and they'll actually live a lot longer if you change their salinity from saltier water to fresh water when you do your water changes, and you don't keep it the same, because it gives their kidneys a chance to regulate the salt, and actually it produces more enzymes and actually makes for a stronger thing. And it's the same kind of analogy like you're talking about with the cannabis. If you give it a little bit of a fluctuation, I noticed, especially when I was doing greenhouse work, especially in Colorado, where we go from those really hot, 95, 100 degree days, a couple of days in the summer, down immediately into September, where we're starting to get real cold nights in the 40s sometimes. All of a sudden those plants res up real quick because they had that heat exposure, that they made that the resin to hold the water in, and then they had that cold exposure trying to do the antifreeze, and they purple up with the anthocyanins and the rest of the other other phytocannabinoids.
I don't know if I when I was growing indoor, I was trying to mimic outdoor. So nighttime was cold. If I had to spray, it would be in the morning, because it's like mimicking the dew. And trying to while you're controlling, you need to give exercise to that plant. Basically, you need to build up the muscle. You need the plant to be strong. For that, you need something a bit more stimulating than 75 during the day and 77 at night and so much humidity always. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah, and I still think I'm totally with you. The best plants I ever grew were at 9,400 feet up in Colorado, up near Blackhawk. Although I will say the indicas tended to do much better at the high altitude than the sativas. The sativas tended to not produce about 15% less at the higher altitude than down in say Denver, for example. So,
Well, that's because tropical areas tend to be lower to sea level. Isn't that true?
well, just and not only that, you'll notice a difference in altitude from the extra UV. That definitely makes your plants much more purple. I know my warlock turns jet black. So
wow.
And there's air to like us. A plant like we have a harder time breathing higher up because there is less oxygen. So we need to adapt to it, and literally our lung function are going to get stronger because of the necessity. A plant is the same. When there is generation of them, they are not quite the same as the one that grown at ocean level.
In the jungle.
That's why maybe you had problem with sativa in a mountain, because if it's sativa coming, let's say, from Africa, that wouldn't do it. If they came from Nepal or India, you would have had a better chance.
Well, one of the big differences between the two is the thickness of the leaves. The indica trait is a very thick, kind of a leathery leaf. And that obviously can, survive a lot more colder temperatures and hotter, is better for resisting transpiration from wind, the high winds. And also less leaves. Basically, an indica plant has not nearly the canopy that a sativa plant has. With that many, a sativa plant with a whole ton of leaves, very thin, leaves, you blow some air through that and the thing is transpiring like crazy. You blow too much air through it and you're making her do push-ups, I don't know if it's such a great idea. It's fine for the indica plant. It's great for the indica plant. It depends on the character. What I'm saying is you were talking earlier about the terroir. Well, obviously the genetics can be matched.
I mean, it's like we thought it was different species. Hello, it's the same. It's like there is only one cannabis.
Oh.
It's so adaptive that it can.
I know. Indica sativa is not really a proper term. There's so many kinds of sativa when you really get down to it.
It was the Phylos project. I'm correct, right? The Phylos project, I think, is the name of it, where they mapped all the genetics.
It is a phyllo project, yeah. It's
quite. That's it.
It's something very important that is done there, and it's something that we should help to grow as much as possible, because it's a way for us to protect the plant, to protect the genetic, to protect diversity, and not have somebody corner it like Monsanto did with the corn. So it's like, it's true that if you bring your own genetic to the guy and you're going to pay $500 for the guy to tell you that it's actually the real genetic, you knew it, it's yours. But for them to have the real stuff in their data, it's the foundation of the whole edifice. So in a certain way, because they tell everybody who gave the sample, so you have ownership of it. Yeah, it's true that when you give that away, they could steal it from you and patent it from you and do something, but their goal is way bigger than that. Because if they had that plan, they would have done it a while back.
I think a lot of us even
it's a way for you to know your genetic to a level that is amazing. It cut down a lot of bullshit, because if you look at the phyllo map, well, 10G has nothing to do with the DNA family and everything to do with TGA. kettles, actually, it's not something that has been breeded. It's just a phenotype of sherbet. There is a lot of bullshit that came into play that's gonna be eliminated. And knowing your genetic as a breeder, when you're gonna take that genetic and you know everything from it, you can go and look for something because you have the whole data to work with, not part of it or a lie, and then you're going to go in direction that you're going to get lost.
Exactly.
And for those who don't know, the Phylos project is documenting all this cannabis genetics and then putting it into the public domain so that a company like Monsanto or Philip Morris or CW Pharma, those bastards,
started by DJ Short.
Don't come in, or let's call that guy out. What's the guy from Big Buddha Seeds that tried to patent cheese? That guy's an asshole. Fuck him. Anyway. Well, no, just if you're gonna try and screw over the whole market, I will call you out. I don't have a problem.
I got some cheese in the refrigerator.
It basically protects the whole market from people doing that and trying to corner or destroy this market. This plant is designed to heal. I mean, if you really want to get into it, I'm not religious, but the word for Jesus means the anointed one, and they've actually done some research. Jewish anointing oil had cannabis oil in it, so he was the guy anointed in cannabis oil. So, I mean, you know, the three. So, if you really want to draw straws on that, and you're a religious person, that's another example. You know, so this plant was put on Earth to heal people, and it shouldn't be patented in that kind of regard. It shouldn't be taken over by Monsanto or some of these other things. Look at how few choices you have for vegetables anymore, or as producers. It's all 2 or 3 seed companies are providing everything now. So.
It's also practical for the people who are actually breeding. And when you've been doing it for a while, when you've been doing it for a long time, you realize that the genetic diversity of cannabis is staggering. You get a hold of a bunch of different genetics, and you know, so immediately you're gonna run out. You need help. You know, I mean, I basically right now I'm looking for as many. You need help. You need to branch out into different gardens. You know, and once you start seeing a lot of traits on plants, you start observing a lot of traits, you can also start making some fast changes. So again, you need help. So
and you need to know what you're working with in the first place.
The plant itself is actually kicking us out into the. I'm a very I have a ASD, and that's one of the reasons why I was lucky to get to cannabis when I was younger, and I have a lot of problems socializing and everything, but Mary Jane, you know, pushes me forward, you know, pushes me into meeting someone like you and you guys, and you know, it's a fantastic.
At the same time, patenting is also the credit given to the breeder. So it all depends how you look at it, because personally, I think that the breeder should get recognition because they don't.
Well, it's a trickle up thing. I mean, I think that every
thing for years, and it's your baby, and you doesn't matter if you put it on the market. That's your baby. You know what I mean? Everybody should know that you don't receive money or not for it. That's another domain. Finance. It's like I don't want even to go there, but crediting.
I know.
That has breeded, I think it's super important because there is such a disconnect already between the consumer and the grower. Breeding, it doesn't even exist in that plane of existence. You know what I mean? That's wrong.
It's important because it establishes truth, because the breeder has to deal with truth with himself first and then with everybody else. You know, I could be bullshitting about Cherry Bomb. You're buying my story, right? So you're paying for the genetics. When you pay, you don't pay for the genetics, you pay for the lore. So that also goes down to the grower and as well to the patients, to the, you know, it's very important to people who are medical users, for example, to get information, because the science you were saying before with your thing is lagging behind. You make many speculations because you're necessarily ahead of the science. You know, the science, of course, is lagging because it's been illegal to study the plant for all this time. And so what can we do?
And
But
there's a lot of medical patients that rely on specific strains. I know there's someone very
exactly.
close to my life that absolutely needs basically tangerine haze all the time, or they
So
just
that
sees.
information, that lore needs to stay connected, which is the reason why it's great that us breeders, I personally didn't really want to come out of the closet because I'm, a weird dude and all that. But some other guys, are fine with being upfront and everything. But that it has to, the truth of that has to be all the way down to the consumer, to literally the medical people are the ones who need it the most, because the lore needs to be collected about how this plant affects, because each plant and all these different genetics are so amazingly different. They affect us so many different ways. They have such radically different, medical profiles that all we can rely on right now is our collected information, what we tell each other, what the lore. So I'm just saying that it's all, and it would be nice to get some recognition. I certainly wouldn't mind it, I suppose, at this point, because it has been a long haul.
No, but it's like now it gets bigger than that. It's like now it's legal and it's a different world altogether.
Yes.
And there is a lot of people playing the game who do not know the plant, who don't really care about it, and they don't really have a very good understanding of the market, local, US and worldwide, and the decision made are really bad. So now it's like the question for America and the US industry, the US cannabis industry, say, so what are you going to do? Because there is already a world market. Okay?
Totally.
So
I don't know if they think all this money is coming from. Where's the
United States to be relevant in the future, what are you going to do in this industry? It's not by making vast quantity of cannabis using pesticide and chemical nutrients that you're going to be able to compete in a world market where producing country have been producing quantity for thousands of generations. Lebanon, 10,000 years minimum. Okay, the third of the countries that produce cannabis in Lebanon. You go to farm in Morocco, they have like 800,000 plants per farm. The guy has 3 farms. The guy deals with 2.5 million plants plus every year. Yeah. You really want to compete with those people? Because those people in producing country who run the world, they know for the moment that they can sell any shit on the market. It's illegal. It's all good. But they understand that there is a world market coming, and they're thinking about competing at the quality level. That means that you go to Morocco in the middle of the Rif Mountain, they have Sasquatch, they have freeze dryer, they have the whole 9 yards. They are on internet, they watch IG, they know where their competition are. And like the guy is a farmer in a reef in the middle of nowhere in a third world country, and you in America, you don't have a clue.
Yeah. Yeah. Incredible.
It's going to be interesting to see the big boys. They don't have they're like the small farmers. They don't have the choice. You want to be relevant in a few years, you better choose the right game, because if you protect your small farmer and you create a legacy like the French did in Bordeaux in 1860, you can be relevant 200 years later.
Yeah.
And you have the world copying your standard of quality, and everything that you put, you can create an industry and every standard and everything in it. It's like the US right now can do that. And California has much more power than any other state to do it, because there is a legacy. You have the terroir. It's very simple. You have everything that the French use to put behind themselves 13,000 years of mass production, of the wine being so bad that you have to cut it with anything to make it palatable. But because you needed wine to sanitize water, everybody in the Western world was drinking wine. The day they had competition, they stopped quantity production and they created quality production. 200 years later, they rule the world. Do you want the same? Because your farmers, the guys that you want to kill right now, they're the one who hold that legacy in your hand. And if you just look at the history book, it's written down. There is a blueprint how to create a multi-billion-dollar industry and be relevant 100 years later.
Preach, preach, brother, preach.
That was amazing.
I'm writing a lot of articles and I'm trying to talk a lot about it, but I don't know, it doesn't click like it click with European people where terroir and all that stuff is in. And on top of it, it's like it goes beyond that. It's like it's here in America, it's literally small farmer against monoculture. And cannabis is right in the middle, and the cannabis people are going for monoculture. This kills me because it's like you use pesticide on the plants that can absorb poison. There is half a dozen plants on the planet that can clean the planet and absorb all the poison we put in. Cannabis is the best. And so you're putting shit in the soil that grows that plant and you sell it as medicine. Good move. Good move. You're lucky that they don't test you. You know what I mean? It doesn't even make sense. Because that plant is it's to be able to clean the planet, not to pollute it more. It's like, guys.
Preach, preach.
Yeah, I think preach to Frenchy.
Hey, you want to make America great?
You are fantastic.
Frenchy's going to open. Frenchy's going to
Allow
open.
cannabis and hemp growth, hemp production across like the old days with a fair market, and America would be great again.
Frenchy's going to open his own congregation of another branch of Hash Church. He'd be the San Francisco Reverend.
Definitely.
I'd go to that.
I'd go to that. We are at that right now. We just heard an amazing sermon, folks.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I will let you go if you need to go, Frenchy. I wanted to if you want to tell everybody how to find you and
I gotta say something before he goes though.
Okay.
Yeah, I just have to say, I've met you a few times. I see how you're interacting with us here. I watched how you interact, with the general community, and I really respect your generosity of knowledge, and even more so your generosity of spirit. You don't just bring some of the sciencey and my gosh all the experience, but it's obvious. It's just some of the things you're just saying here. The place that's led you and the passion that you're driven with, dude. Thank you so much for being here and being who you are with us. Appreciate it.
Well, you're sharing that love and dedication, guys. It's like it's just because I'm French and I have a French accent and I'm noisy that I make much more of an impact. But it's like we all the same. Like there is a core of people that have been dedicated to the plant. Me, I'm a latecomer. You fight for it. I did not. I lived in producing country where the culture helped me not feel like the scum of the world. You fight instead. It's like I have a lot of respect because who I became today and what I can do, it's because of people like Terrar and Denis Perron and Eddie Lepp and all the people who fight to make it happen. So it's like, I'm great because I have the means to be able to express myself that was given to me by the people who fight while I was on vacation in producing country. You know what I mean? I have a lot to give to compensate.
Right on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. You want to tell people? Thank you again for how again you're one of the most unselfish people when it comes to knowledge that I've ever met, and I can't be more thankful for that. Why don't you tell people how to find you and how to take your class in person and how to find your product?
Well, if you want to know a lot about me, the best would be to go on my website, frenchycannoli.com. and to go to my article page where I have most of my most articles except the most recent one are not yet there, and you can access them on the PDF file. Otherwise, my playground is Instagram. Everything I do, I tell on Instagram.
Awesome. And then what about your classes?
But the classes, the next one is in Barcelona, the 8th of March, just before the cannabis, and it's basically sold out. And the one after will be San Francisco, the 24th. And most of the workshops this year would be in San Francisco. I don't do SoCal anymore. And it's a little bit hard for me to travel when I have so much to carry with me. Especially with other states, I like to have my car. I like to be able to smoke the people during the workshop so that they can feel what I'm talking about. It's like it's part of the learning progress. I need the people to smoke what I do to be able for them to understand exactly what I'm talking about.
Nice.
I'm there. I'm there.
Can't wait to meet you, Frenchy.
But guys, even if you don't come to and attend the workshop on the 21st, because there is a hookah at the end of the workshop, we always need some help. You are very welcome.
That's a good one.
Roger, cleanup crew.
Thanks. Thanks again, and you're welcome anytime, Frenchy. I really enjoy having you on. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
All
It's
the
a pleasure.
best.
Thanks a lot.
Thank
Take
you.
care. Thank you. See if his mic is working.
I'm scared. It looks like a voodoo curse.
I guess he's got his mic muted.
It says Frenchy. Frenchy.
Oh, Frenchy.
Hey, Frenchy.
Very good.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
How have you been?
Pretty good considering the craziness going on around us. And you guys?
Oh yeah. No, we're feeling the pain. I think we're hopefully out of the woods here with a property and a license in the next 60 days. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. But how are you? You've had your own battles, eh?
Yeah, I mean, my battle is really, I'm concerned with my grower, with my farmer. And already my whole approach, small batch, high-end, is going to be compromised by the cost of the lab test. So that my small batch have to become much bigger than I would like. And it's the ability to be able to bring the flower to the market, basically to give the mean to the farmer, to do the packaging, labeling, distribution, and trying to keep that cost to the
Boy, I'll tell you, Frenchy, if I get my way and I have my lab up there, you're quite welcome to come over to my lab and I'll test your shit for free, dude.
No,
Guarantee it.
you have to think that the cost of today will not be the same tomorrow. It's like everything is painful at the moment, but may not be relevant for very long. So we have to go with the flow, but the flow is not really directed with a vision toward the future. There is no sort of interstates. There is no vision of a world market while Canada is exporting to Germany next door. I mean, there is no real understanding of the potential of the world cannabis trade, and it's coming. Everybody and his brother is legalizing, despite the fact that the US and the United Nations have a ban more or less around it. So it's like, how long can the US keep that cannabis on Schedule 1? And that's all that there is to it, basically. And on the plantism schedule, but then the competition is Lebanon, North Africa, South Africa, the Himalayas. Then competition becomes something real, where quality will really truly make a difference, where it will be difficult for you US to compete on quantity. Because here to produce quantity, you need to use most of the time chemical product and pesticide. And this is not something that is going to be very appealing on the world market, the same than everybody wanted your corn and your agricultural product. And now there is a lot of it that is banned in Europe because you don't produce healthy product anymore. And to see people going toward monoculture with cannabis, it's very, very painful. To hear mostly organic, it's driving me crazy. When we have the means to change the face of the planet, but we don't even grow it organically, is what's going on. If we don't do it ourselves, who's going to do it? It's crazy. That's what worries me the most for the moment.
Too much ignorance going on still.
Yeah.
Too much ignorance. Blind eye.
I couldn't agree with you more. As someone who's actively working with a Canadian company right now, and then having also worked in Jamaica, and then also consulted for CARICOM, it's ludicrous what the U.S. is doing right now, and how far behind they're going to be when this market opens up here later in the year, and the floodgates really start to open up internationally. You know.
And I don't get it, because you guys have a vision of a future that is big, that is bigger than anywhere else on the planet. And there is nothing when it comes to cannabis. It's literally weird. It may change fast. And I've had discussion with people that are involved in a wine industry in California that have a pretty good understanding of the value of sun-grown and the terroir and the genetics that is on the West Coast. But it's still a small number. There is not the understanding of the potential of what is a legacy, basically, I think.
The legacy is what's killing us. The same old stupid ignorant legacy. Yeah, that's, you know.
Well, the other thing too would be
I'll he had something to say.
For example, like to back up what you're both saying is that, like, look at the organics. Now the organics is pretty heavily penalized when it comes to testing for state testing for cannabis, because they say it's over total CFUs for microbial counts. Well, yeah, there's a lot of microbes on it, but they're all beneficial microbes. Why am I being penalized for this? Because you're testing your
this will change. I talk to a lot of labs. They can make the difference now, and it will show on a test. So
And
that we are not penalized, because that was a big argument. I remember Leo getting crazy over it, when it's like the best compliment you can receive from the plant. It's to actually create that bacterial life that shows the health of the plant. And then to be penalized for it, that was something he was climbing the wall. And it's been a big discussion. The lab knows, they know also. Attention, they're well educated at that level, but they did not have the mean, and the whole cost of it make it even more difficult to give us those data. The more we use the lab, the lower those price will become. The more the market stabilizing, the price are going to come down because there could be so much demand and there will be more lab giving us the test that we need to do.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know it's been really crazy, especially in California, especially with July 1st. I know that really kind of turned the whole market upside down. I know I've had at least 4 different people with pretty large organizations in the last week or two ask me if I know anyone that has state tested cannabis, because there's honestly kind of a shortage on the back end right now.
Oh, and there is people waiting for their lab results with hundreds and hundreds of pounds already packaged. That's the thing also. You need to package so that they pick up some package in your wall stock. And if you fail the test, then it's like there is the cost of the packaging and everything that is added to the plant material and the cost of the test and everything. This is crazy. I mean, I get it because otherwise people would be cheating. But I'm pretty sure that the way it's set up, if you really want to cheat, you can, huh? You know what I mean? It's like at a certain level, you cannot really control it if the guy wants to cheat. You need to be able to create a market that is so stable that there is no need for cheating. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's not healthy. It's like, I don't know. I'm happy that it's not going to last very long because it's happening so fast around us. But at the same time, it's such a waste of time and of money and energy for everybody when we could put that toward, I don't know, having a hierarchy of quality for a start, or a common vocabulary to express the terpene profile of plants, and a common vocabulary for the resin, like a scoring system would be super nice also. Instead of having like a 6th grade, like when I was 20 years old, to have something a little bit more like in the wine industry or for coffee or for something where the degustative, the palate is so important in the expression of the quality of the product, like something a little bit beyond where we have been. It's like literally caveman age, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it kind of sounds like what you're saying is like if you look at the pork industry, compared to if you look at the beef industry or whatever, beef has different grades. It has select, choice, prime,
Right.
you know, things like that. You never see prime pork. Why? Because we grow so much pig, just so much pork, that only the very, very top winds up in your supermarket. And I think, what Frenchy's talking about is, we're heading to a place where you take the methodologies that's being talked about, here in the aquaponics, some of the Korean kind of looks, how they're looking at the soils, that if this kind of thinking can take hold, there'll be so much cannabis that's so good. And that's, I think, where things are going to stabilize. But for right now, yeah, it's insane that you can have a plant that you can prove scientifically is much better than a monocrop. But again, like you said, it has a couple cooties on the leaves, but they're not even cooties. It's actually showing you that you have a living plant, not like they've been doing like with the Monsanto kind of crap. And I'm really hoping that like people on this panel and others, and people that visit here, really keep pushing this concept, because I believe, and I'm not a farmer, but I believe that as this takes hold, it's going to back populate into agriculture in general, because people are going to go, well, why isn't my cucumber as good as my bud? There's no reason for it. And I'm hoping that it creates the demand across the board.
Well, I think it should all be graded. And one thing you're looking at, it needs to be tested and then all graded. I think somebody touched on that a minute ago. And that's the thing that I feel that, there has to be a top grade and a low grade and a medium grade and, maybe, 5 grades altogether. And then you'd have a place for it where it could be used appropriately and it would be priced accordingly and it would give a balance across the board.
But Bud Light says best beer.
How the market largely works is that it's based on percentage. So the more that it can be converted into concentrates, the more it's valued. So, 19% is worth more than a 17% because there's more actual product yield in it. That's what everything's based on now.
Yeah, but it's not. This is only part of the medicine. Also,
yeah.
It's another aspect of it. It's still the plant.
Yeah, it's still something to consume.
What I mean by a vocabulary, when you buy a coffee from Java and you want such a terpene profile, when you order it, you use specific words that define exactly the coffee you want, so that in the future, when somebody wants to buy cherry limeade, and you want to buy the cherry limeade that is grown by Minjin, that has this specific terpene profile because it's grown in Laytonville, you need to have a vocabulary appropriate so that there is no mistaking on what he's going to receive. And it works for wine, for tobacco, for tea, for coffee, any product that have a terpene profile that is rich and diversified, you need a vocabulary adapted to it to be able to express any idea or
characteristics
around it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just the dumb regulators right now. They barely know the difference between THC and CBD. If you bring up the word terpene, you just watch their head fall off their fucking shoulders.
Oh yeah,
well, it's not even the regulators. It's I'm in Washington, and it's the whole industry is still so far behind the actual industry. The actual smokers. Like we have in Washington, I like to say we have a new industry of new smokers for the most part, and I think it's going to be similar in California. Because there's so much.
Well, it is already for sure. I mean, it's like the diversity in age, social level, and everything is huge. This is the most diversified community ever. That is our force. That's why we are so powerful, because we touch everybody, and to educate every one of those different level of a society, you need different approaches, basically, because there is different interest, and there is so much to learn about that plant that even if you dedicate your life like me, and it's mostly on the resin, I have a hard time. You reach a point where you realize that you know nothing and you've been doing it and learning forever. You know what I mean?
Well, I think what you're saying is we need more education.
Yeah.
There's so much more education that needs to happen because people are so ignorant about what we're talking about and what we're learning. And even even though they still agree it should be allowed legal for medical reasons, they don't know why.
Well, this is the problem. It's like when you explain that to a soccer mom, it's not quite the same conversation that you would have with a farmer or a blue collar or a white collar. I mean, it's so diversified that even if it's the same subject, you need different approaches to be able to make your point and to have it.
Well, like I love the point that you often bring up, Frenchy, when you talk about growing for hash versus growing for flower. I've heard you talk about that twice, and it's been one of the most impactful talks I've heard. It helps. One of the things that a lot of people that smoke cannabis don't even realize as well.
because you've been growing flower, but it's starting to be really something that is very present in today's consciousness. The value of concentrate is not to be proven anymore. How to maximize that while giving credit to the farmer and without losing sight of the goodness and the bounty of the flower itself, it's part of the future when you can blend it all, because we have the science that can show us all those different aspects of what the plant gives us. Even if you talk only of live resin and cured resin, already you have two aspects of quality that are totally opposite, and you cannot even compare it because at that level, it's just two types of quality that are unique in themselves, and it's a double gift from the plant. And like there is so much coming from that plant that to learn it ourselves, it's difficult. To share it in meaningful way, it's really important, but it all depends whom you share it to be able to pinpoint the triggering point for that person to start thinking of it, to ask himself questions. That's all you need to start that process in their head that I want to know more about that plant.
Well, the curiosity, yeah, curiosity.
Exactly, curiosity. That's the word I was looking. And then they go on their own journey. You know what I mean? But it's that first spark that you need to start. And everybody is very different, so you need a lot of different stone to start the spark.
I do know one thing: sparking some of your hash is always worthwhile. I know that for a fact.
It helps on the conversation.
Yeah, your class is worth it just for that.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, a lot of people say so.
They're right.
They're all correct.
Yeah. North Americans aren't totally stupid, you know.
No, you're almost too smart for your own good. It's that cannabis story that I don't understand why you don't have the bigger vision. I just don't get it, because that's the name of your game.
Because we're such a young country. One of the things I know about, like a lot of my European friends, is, and how they relate with their neighbors, is Europe ain't getting no bigger. If you don't like your neighbors, you're pretty much shit out of luck. You just can't go next door and take over Switzerland. And so there's a lot more civility, you know, among the different member states there. And there's an understanding of, we don't have any more land to grow to. We have to take care of what we have. And part of our problems, we're so young here in America, we have so much space, and the antisocial people just go get a couple of acres and they just do their thing. We haven't been confronted with having to be a good neighbor with each other like you have had the opportunity in Europe for centuries now.
Yeah, before we became friends, only one of the war we had with England lasted 100 years, my friend. 100 years. Only one of the war we have with England. Europe has been at war since the birth of civilization. You know what I mean? It's like
better.
Good neighbor story is because we can't fuck up anymore.
Yes.
And there is a more control and a bigger vision, but it's like that good neighbor story came after thousands of years of war.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but it's not that. It's like the farmer and the city people have always been connected because we live together. Like even if you go just World War II, not only the farmers were growing the food, but they were risking their life to bring it in a city. So like that correlation between and the importance of farming in Europe, the Middle East and Asia, it's something cultural that goes thousands of years. When you came to America, it just went crazy with the evolution.
Everybody got a farm. Everybody got a farm, and they couldn't do it.
And then you had real farmer, but then Monsanto came, and it became monoculture, and they just changed agriculture without the people really realizing that the most important part of society, what make us what we are, is agriculture. The civilization is born on the shoulder of agriculture. If this is the most important tool we have to be able to produce from the earth and be able to be part of that circle, there is places in Europe that have been farmed for tens of thousands of years. It's still rich. And here it's poison. It's like there is certain fact and number that shows that monoculture and what is used for monoculture, it's really not the solution anymore.
Right.
But
Preach.
there is so much
Preach.
power behind those people and the use of technology and information. People don't even realize that they're poisoning themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to comment on something in answer to what you were saying too. You asked why haven't we changed? Well, and then you just touched on it when you brought up Monsanto. We don't have the ability to change it. We have corporations in the industrial complex and the government that want to own it themselves. So they do everything they do to keep us from being able to spread it across all the states. And you've got the old church. You know, I hate to say it, but a lot of it has to do with the church and the Christian church. You know, it's not in the South, you know, where we know that it's a viable medicine. And actually, you'd have to be pretty ignorant not to know it's been a viable medicine for thousands of years. And it was in 30% of our medicines that were sold in the pharmacy when prohibition came in the 20s and 30s. So, you know, the thing is ignorance of the American people. It's the way the American government and the industrial complex is set up to keep us from moving forward, because they're spending billions of dollars to try to own it. That's my conspiracy.
You got to change the
theorist
government.
kind of opinion.
You got to change the government so it's Frenchy for president.
Woody Harrelson for president.
I can't even vote. I'm not a citizen, so president, not quite.
We might be able to get Woody Harrelson. Hey, they got Trump. I mean, come on, Woody Harrelson and Trump, put them in the same room. Who's coming out?
No, it is like it's very difficult for the small farmer here, because there is not that outrageous relation with food that we have in Europe. In Europe, food is not only what nourish you, but it's what makes every county of France very special. And every country in Europe very special. The food is a soul of the place. It's the first things you share with a stranger. It's like it's not only vital to our well-being, but it's the first exchange that you have. It's like at home around the Mediterranean Sea, to share bread and water. It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. It's like you bring a stranger and you give food, you share what is the most important for you. And we have lost that relation with food. Food is just a product. It's business. It's not something that creates the well-being. It's just business. And you just make as much as possible, as cheap as possible, at any mean. And at the end of the day, the cost, we pay it with all the sickness that are running free. We are literally eating poison.
Oh, the cancer, the cancerous.
A lot of stuff that we have here, all those earth problems, like all the health problems are directly connected with the alimentation we have. The meat that is really gross to be nice. Like if you follow some people that are into healthy food, sportman, comment on dit ça, vegan, I can't even look at those vegan posts on my phone. It flipped me out when they show you what's happening behind the meat factory.
Oh yeah.
You don't have your own farm, you don't want to buy meat. When they say free range, wow, the ranging of a free range can be limited in the mind of certain people. Huh? It's not like
like
prairie, yeah.
Like veal, for instance.
Exactly, for example, it's like it's quite ugly. So as long as there is that business mind behind the food industry, that we don't get into a more not holistic, even just healthy way of nourishing the planet, we are.
I think business-wise, it's stupid because, yes, I can sell you a package of stuff and I make $10 profit. I sell you a package of stuff. Or if I really think about it as a business, I can follow some better methods, understand that I'm going to sell you a package and I'm only going to make $8 profit or $7 profit, but you're going to be alive longer buying that product from me, and everybody in your family is going to know that, and they're all going to buy that product from me. So I really behind what you're saying, Frenchy, is that there's different ways to do. I would just love people on the board of our company to hear you sometimes, and we're dedicated to a lot of this stuff, but you really do couch it in a very understandable way, even though I can't understand half of what you say half the time. But your points are really, really salient, and I really appreciate you sharing.
He's talking about a genuine old school traditional way of thinking about, being, having gone through 100 years of war, and then they learn to live together, so they all share, and it's a sharing thought across the world. I mean, it's a lot like the South when he brought up the food. I mean, if you come down South and you walk in, so they're going to feed you. They're going to ask you what you want. They're going to start feeding you. It's all about the food. And he said, it's about taking the pride in growing the food and using the best ingredients to make your food to put on your table. That's like what I got out of it.
A farm to table dinner at Ken's place where you're eating the farm to the table and there's the farm. You can see the farm while you're sitting at the table.
Yeah.
Oh, just shut up. You want to talk about a most serious meal. The food's still alive when you're eating it, and that concept of reducing the food miles and not poisoning the planet, so that just because I need to eat doesn't mean all the fish in the river need to die.
The last farm to table, I think it was 95% from the farm. I think it was.
Yeah,
I think it was close to 95%. Almost everything actually came from the farm.
It was like the cheese and some.
That's really cool. That's like our program that's certified, South Carolina certified grower, thing where we got the same thing.
Cheese.
Yeah, it's just awesome to be a part of that. I started off with doing the peppers. I love to cook, and I grew, until I stopped 3 or 4 years ago, I grew peppers for Whole Foods, and I really had a great time getting into it, and I love the cooking and the farm to the table kind of thing. That that was always been my dream, is to have a little like bistro or something on the side of the road, right in front of my greenhouse, and everything that I would cook. Although maybe not the meat, but all the vegetables and salad and all that stuff would come from the greenhouse out back. Where the program out back. So.
Yeah, there are cowfish, but unfortunately they don't lactate. So
yeah,
they don't have titties. I ain't interested.
Yeah,
But also, it's like it's quite important for small cannabis farmers to go a little bit beyond their farming. And for me, technically, I think it should be mandatory for every cannabis farmer to grow a mixed crop with the cannabis. You want to grow cannabis? You want 10,000 square feet of canopy? Fine. I want 5,000 square feet of veggie with it.
Yeah.
You don't grow the veggie, you cannot grow the cannabis.
No, I agree with you.
Awesome.
It's like monoculture is monoculture. May it be cannabis or not, it's the monoculture. The planet cannot afford monoculture, man. It's like we don't have bees. I mean, it's like you're moving bees from point A to point B to pollinate your fruit tree. But this is
not only that, Frenchy, but you know what's become an epidemic out in California and places where they're growing almonds and stuff like that. They'll go out in the morning, they lease the bees, and they go out in the morning and somebody stole all the bees because they're having to move them like that. There's no bees. I attribute that to nicotine, but that's my theory, and I'll move on. But, you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you say that is an epidemic happening over here where you have to lease bees for some guy, and then if somebody's riding over there in the middle of the night stealing all of them, you know?
And then you got this shithead president who was it this week or last week re-legalized a bunch of bee-killing pesticides, if we're going to get on that soapbox.
Who is fighting to re-legalize these things? I want to smack that bitch.
Yeah, seriously, it's fucking stupid. It's already banned in Europe. Like, what the fuck?
No, you know, somebody who can, in the same sentence, talk about reviving coal and having a space army. Okay, what movie are we watching?
Yeah. I apologize for my president.
Nightmare from America.
Yeah. So what have you been up to in the hash world there, Frenchy?
Been teaching a lot, been learning even more so, and now for the moment I'm visiting my farmer up north and trying to connect so that I can move their flower and some of their like the prime flower and the second level that is not really that doesn't have the bag appeal, but that smoke really good for pre-roll and stuff like that. Trying to maximize their access to the market so that we all can survive. Because it's very, if I don't have them, I have nothing to show. It's like people are crying, oh, there is nothing of you on the shelf. Yeah, because I'm looking for good material, baby. I'm not going to put something like everybody else just because people are going to buy. I'm not going to put anything there. I don't care to put stuff on the market. I want to put quality on it. And the problem is now, the longer I wait, the higher the quality of that first.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like, yeah, no, I rather stop looking with the stuff of last year and concentrate on what's coming in my light depth and next season and prepare myself with the farmer. I can go there. I know the plants. They're going to harvest when I want. It's a wall. I can recreate the same relation I had with Swami, Leo, Minjin, a little bit bigger, a little bit more organized and legalized, but it's still the same things for me. I'm the winemaker. I need the vineyard and the quality grape. And I need that relation with the guy who grows the plant so that my hash is better at the end of the day, because it's that whole dedication from seed to sell, like Soul King says so well.
So in your vineyard type setting, or you look for terrace? Do you look for, so you want to be growing up down a hillside and you're terracing your grow?
I don't have a grow. The terracing that was in Morocco.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I was asking your.
I did grow a little, but even if I wanted to grow, I would have a few plants. I think it's very difficult to be dedicated to the plant and to the resin at a certain level. You can dabble in both, but you can only be dedicated to, or at least for me, I wouldn't be able to dedicate myself to both. I could enjoy growing at the same time that I make the hash, but I couldn't consider myself a farmer because my life is around the resin. The plant is it's still a discovery for me to a certain point. Until I came to Mendo and live with Jean and Leo and Casey and Swami, really understand the genetics, the plant, the flower. Before that, for me, it was only the resin. The flower is what the goat is going to eat when I'm done.
Thank you for being honest about that, because okay, so you're not perpetrating yourself as a grower in any way. I misunderstood something when you were talking about
for me the plant. I was totally ignorant. I had amazing genetic in my hand. I knew the value of the resin from those plants. I understood to a level that it was good stuff, but I had no idea of what it is truly, the genetic, everything behind. It's like we had nothing like that when I was young. Really ignorant of everything. The only data we could get was from local hashishin, and often with the barrier language. And most of their knowledge, it's something that is given generation after generation. They can't explain you why, but they know it's better.
Right. It just keeps adapting. Everything evolves.
So you were talking about the need for a new vocabulary for a lot of these cannabis, essences and other traits. How do you think that how do you think the industry or how do you think that needs to be going about, and how do you, who do you think needs to help define that?
But we should, I think, have some type of meeting of breeder and growers and pick up the big name, because that's what people are going to listen to, and talk together until we can agree on a vocabulary who would encompass the need we have to define our product. It's like for hash, let's say just for hash. So how do you call loose resin head? Resin head that have not been pressed with the source of heat and it become ash. How do you call that? Is it kiff? Is it ice wax? Is it grease? Is it beach sand? There is like dozens of names to define resin that has not been pressed, just collected and dry. Can we have one word to define resin unpressed? Can we use extract name for extract and not hashish, for example? Because hashish is a definition of the word hashish. It has nothing to do with an extraction. I can track the word 1200 years. 1200 years ago, extraction didn't exist. So that word is not to define the word extraction. You don't use hash because it sounds better. You can use the word concentrate if you don't want to use the word extraction, but you have like a huge vocabulary that you can use to define a product that has been extracted. do not use the word hashish, for example. And a lot of word, it's like it's the word extraction. When you say ice water, for me, it's a huge handicap because ice water, it's not an extraction, it's still sieving. If you use the wrong word, you cannot understand what you do because you don't have the right word to define the process that you're using. And the words are a lot of importance. You cannot just take words and use them the way you want. That doesn't
So it'd be more of a collection. You'd be collecting it, not extracting it.
I sieve. It's ice
Yeah,
and
yeah.
water sieving, and water is the only true evolution in a methodology that is 10,000 years old. So if you don't know that, you're really missing the point, big time. I know extraction sounds really badass and cutting edge, but that's not what we do. When you press it with heat and you make rosin, yeah, then you go into the extraction. But
Right.
collecting resin and drying it, that's not an extraction. Even if the water is a solvent, in that case, it's not going to dissolve the membrane. So it's still not an extraction.
Right. It's harvesting. It's not an extraction.
Well,
No,
I said collecting. It's, sieving, you're collecting the trichomes.
it's like I use a mechanical force to separate the resin head from the plant, but I don't extract because
Right.
the trichome are secondary metabolites. They are not part of the plant. They're outside the plant. It's like when I shake a tree, I don't extract the fruit from
Right.
okay? I extract the juice from the fruit that I shake from the tree, but I don't extract the fruit from the tree. That's the point that I'm
You
trying.
collect it and put it in a basket. Yeah.
So it's like to be able to have a vocabulary that is really on point, that we can all agree with, that would be super helpful to be able to educate people that want to have access to our stuff and who don't talk the language.
That's a great thing because we do have a lot of terminology. So maybe you should just write a little handbook for everybody on what you think, and then everybody else will start adding to it, and we'll start a collective, and we'll keep all doing this terminology, and just of course, the way I look at it, the way it's been the last few years in the terminology across running
Man, to do your English vocabulary, guys.
No,
That's
Frenchy's,
You're great. You're great. I've been trying to help you, man.
Frenchy's Cannabis Dictionary.
Yeah. Frenchy's English Cannabis Dictionary.
A weed wiki.
No, but I put a scoring system out, asking people to help me make it a little bit sharper. We should, if we would have, I don't know, a website or a rendezvous.
Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's start a website. What do you want to call it?
Or like a point where people could send ideas to help the industry try to create a vocabulary adapted to what we do, so that we choose one word to express, to define certain type of flower, certain type of smell. It's like it's going to be super important to be able to really define the characteristic of the product that we want to that we will export worldwide very soon to people who have never experienced it.
Yeah, well, part of the problem is we've had so many decades of everything being hidden.
Yeah.
And everybody using code words and
Good point.
everybody only talking to the friends in their county. And what you're talking about is an international play, and it's paramount that we do have a common language.
Well,
been hard to establish that as we've all been in hiding. But now that we're not in hiding, I think this is a very worthwhile subject that we should be talking about with each other.
But I think what Frenchy was also saying, or I think he's really saying, that we need to establish this vocabulary with the governments and the people that are ruling, in order for them to understand what we're talking about.
Well,
In
we
order,
gotta understand it first.
I think it's
Explain
a
it to
lot.
them.
I think, and then part of it's educating everybody internationally. But or am I wrong, Frenchy? I thought you were talking about. So when we were trying to communicate with the government,
it would be. I believe that you America, and especially the West Coast, see what Bordeaux and France are to the wine industry. For me, that's my goal. I'm not American, I'm not Californian, but for me, my vision of the future, it's California and the US being what Bordeaux and France are to the wine industry, because I see it, have it in spade. You know what I mean? Now, outside that, it's trying to create something that a vocabulary that unite us, because we cannot let somebody who don't know the plant make it up for us, because we cannot make it ourselves when we have the knowledge. It's just that it's all over the place, that knowledge, and we have never tried to agree on anything. It has been competition before, and then there is the branding, and then there is being the best, and this and that, and then there is not much thought for a collectivity and making a market super strong, where you would stand stronger because you have that foundation. And if you create that foundation yourself, look at the French. You think we do the best wine now? We don't. You think we export much wine around? We don't. But the French will always be relevant in the wine industry forever. That's the name of the game, where you create every standard of quality, the whole vocabulary, everything. The French made it up, and they made that up after 10,000 years of mass production, cutting wine with everything possible to make it palatable. They didn't even know what was the fermentation process when they make the hierarchy of the wine in Bordeaux. Is that the hierarchy 160 years later, been only 2 changes in it? Imagine what we could do with science.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That's excellent. That says a lot for your credibility, too, when you know, being French and acknowledging, you know, we all know the history of French wine. There's no disputing that through the all of time. And, you know, we know that, but the seeds and the plants, the cuttings came from France that they're using.
We've actually repopulated France with a lot of their grapes.
Well,
similar over there, and they came and got the grapes back.
It's not all grapes. It's like the grapevine was born when the continent was one. And when the continent separated, you had your own grapevine here, because the plant, every plant in the planet is born in one place only. It's the land and the climate are so powerful that there is not 2 plants that were born at different places on the planet. So to have the vine grape in 2 places, location like that on the planet, it's because it was born before when the planet was Pangea. That's why it's so different, but it's the same family. They're cousin. That's why you could save us with your grape.
Well, right, that's what I was saying. It came from Bordeaux, it went to California, and that went back to Bordeaux.
Right.
To back up what you guys are saying, I don't know if you guys saw, there's an article today or yesterday. Aurora has a strain now supposedly that's 37.6% THC. Supposedly the new highest record or something like that. Or maybe it was 38%. They're getting pretty close to what the plant's, you know, chemically capable of doing, which I thought was interesting.
The Terrar.
Yeah.
I rather smoke 18% limeade from gin with like 6% terpene,
Right.
and something at 30% THC with no taste to it. Huh? It's like you can't define quality and potency only with THC anymore.
I agree.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I make meds for myself, just like you make meds, and I make them for topical use. I make them for eating use. And yeah, there's Gorilla Glue out there, and it was running at 33%. And I tried it. And yeah, if you want to get stoned, it's going to drive your dick into the dirt. But
Was
if
that
you're trying to deal with
33%?
chronic pain like I am, it turns out for me, and I'm sure it's different for everybody, but a certain balance of ACDC, which was a very high CBD plant, and one of my favorites is Chronic Thunder. Now, she's not the baddest ass girl at the party. She's, she doesn't have the biggest trikes or anything like that, but for dealing with my issues, and I think was what Frenchy's talking about, having a lower strain. Yeah, that's about an 18% strain. That thing takes care of my pain because of the additional terpene or the profile, whatever it is, way better than a Gorilla Glue. So if I need to go to sleep, I'll have a puff of Gorilla Glue. But if I need
Right.
to, drive to the store and have a life, I want something lower with a different terpene profile, balanced with some CBD to knock back some of the psychoactive effects, because that's what that's for. And my recreational is different.
Exactly. That's a good point, Tommy. That's a real good way to put that too, because you're right. You're if you're trying to function, you don't need the highest THC level, and you don't, especially, and depending on when and how it's harvested and cured, as far as the trichome colors and such. But yeah, that's a great thing to tell people that, well, not only that, but it's Jack Herrera's a good point about, like, a Jack Herrera strain is something very similar to what you're describing is what you like. And it's not the strongest THC level, but it's got a THC and a CBD level, and it's very comfortable. And most people that grow it well and use it describe it as a very, they're very happy with what they've grown. And we've even had guests here on the show that it's their favorite strain. Even at this point, with all the higher THC strains, they're just as happy with this balance. It's all about your own chemistry, I think, too.
No,
Every once in a while, you might need an oxycodone, but you might not want a fentanyl.
no, but
Okay, well, I don't do pills, so I don't mean nothing to me.
the terpene profile is not only it's gonna balance the experience, but without the terp, there is less absorption in your blood system. There is much less assimilation of THC if you don't have the terpene that brings them inside your blood system. That means that if you can have a high level of cannabinoid, but if you don't have the mean to bring those cannabinoid into your blood system, it doesn't matter the amount. So if you don't have those terp that brings them in, that locks them in your receptor and define the experience, you're missing the point too. You can have a high level, but if you cannot absorb it, what's the point?
So you're saying that the terpene level is directly comparable to your ability to intake the
I have a bunch of research proving that there is a pharmacology relation that happen through the terpene as long as the absorption in the brain cell and the blood system. It facilitates and carries the cannabinoid.
See, that's interesting, because that's what Tommy and them are doing with their products, is they're making it more available. I didn't realize it was a direct correlation of the terpene.
Frenchys had it, don't worry.
No, but I'm saying I didn't realize there was a direct correlation of the terpene level that was making it more available. I thought it was the process of the extraction making it more
it's very simple, to a point that if it doesn't smell and taste good, it cannot be good, because that's the name of the game. The terpene, you lose everything. You lose the mean to bring that in your body.
Right.
Frenchy's exaggerating. You don't lose everything. You only lose about 90% of it.
A little. I'm Mediterranean. We just have a sardine that block a port.
Well, that's an interesting way to break it down. That's a little different than what I've heard, but I mean, it's the same thing. It's just the way you break things down and speak is different from Steve and Tommy. You know, when we all talk about the stuff on the show and all, so it's pretty interesting.
Wait,
to hear
Frenchy
it
has more years than me and Steve combined.
Yeah, but it's the different perspective.
Before we were born.
Our accents aren't half as sexy as Frenchies either.
Yeah, but there's nobody stupid here, you know. I mean, so it's pretty much a different in perspective, and like Frenchy said about his way of describing speaking more, you know, better, like his English terminology he struggles with a little bit, which is you know.
Oh, it's good. It helps a lot though because he breaks things down. It's easier for people to understand.
Right. Yeah, we're figuring it all out. But I just love that because it's a different way of, because I've never heard somebody say that the terpenes were directly, you know, responsible for the intake of THC.
Not directly responsible, but
well, necessary.
Involved into it. It's new research. It's like it's because of who I am and what I say. I have a lot of people trolling me, and it pushed me to learn more and more and more to be able to deal with questions and stuff that people ask me. And some of my critics are saying that I'm regurgitating. How you say that? When you absorb something and you put it back, regurgitate, or I'm not sure the word.
Regurgitate.
Yeah, you know what I mean. And I was telling the guy, you know, it's like that's called learning in my book. You learn something that you have a hard time understanding, and you try to figure it out. It's like, I don't know where you're coming from, what school you're going, but in France, that's called learning, baby. And I may sound not cultivated enough for you. Yeah, I didn't go to school, baby. It's also.
Oh, no. You're not. It's not about culture. No, I love talking to you because you do break it down. And because I have lived in Europe, and I don't have a problem understanding you so much. Is that I know that you are trying to tell us a word, and I can hear when you're trying to figure it out. And I've been trying to just hang with you, and you know, and I love that because that's when you really learn too. Because now everybody's involved, you know, like trying to. Everybody. I guarantee everybody's on the edge of their seats right now if they're listening to this, or anybody on this panel.
I just wish that the people that push me in a positive direction would do that in a more positive way, to tell you the truth. Would be much more fun.
Well, I say we should do this vocabulary. We should start. Here's a panel right here of very smart people. Why don't we agree right now to start this book on this vocabulary?
No. It's bigger than that, though. Like, Frenchy's going to start writing his dictionary and then start like an open wiki or something, I guess. No, it's kidding.
Oh, well, that'd be see, but I'd be willing to you know, because you're putting in your French way. Yeah, we could put it in the English way. You know.
Yeah, it's all good. So, you have any upcoming classes, Frenchy?
The next one is Seattle, the 16.
Awesome.
Just before the Amfest. And then I'm going to Denmark to have a workshop in Christiania, which is going to be for an European. Christiania is big on the bucket list. It's the oldest hippie community in Europe. They did like it's. I think it was born in the early 70s, late 60s. and it's a city in a city. It's quite an amazing culture. So for me to make a hash workshop there, it's pretty special. And then I'm gonna be on a panel with Ricardo Baca and Mila, which should be a lot of fun. And then after, what do I do after September? I'm gonna go to Boston, and then we're talking with Madame Cannoli of a tour in Europe, Italy, Prague, Spain again, Amsterdam, and even if I cannot do THC, I can work a CBD workshop fine. Instead of using the word THC 70% of the time and CBD only 30, it's just the opposite. Everything else is the same. So for me, it doesn't make any difference to do CBD hash workshop or a THC workshop.
Hell, you can do min hash.
What are you going to be at in Boston? You said you're going to Boston. When are you going to be at Boston, and what are you attending in Boston?
The Boston Freedom Rally.
Freedom Rally. Okay.
Yeah. I wanted to do a workshop, but I still don't have a venue because legalization is so new up there. Nobody knows exactly, and it's pretty tricky. I don't want to put people in bad situation because the legality is too shaky. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to have a workshop on the East Coast in September. I will have one for sure once I visit the East Coast for next year, I imagine. But for the moment, I'm not sure I can make it happen in September in Boston.
Boston's got they did when they had their first show last year, first cannabis show. There was absolutely no cannabis allowed inside the area of the show. Everybody had to arrange to meet, or if you wanted to do a thing, you had to arrange your own space where you might, you can probably have no problem with having cannabis around or hash around. But I do know that from knowing a lot of people up in the Massachusetts area that went through that last year, and they went to the first, cannabis conference they had. And I imagine that's what you're talking about, going to the second cannabis conference. And there's nothing allowed. Well, there wasn't last year, and I haven't looked at this year. But last year there was no cannabis allowed at all.
One nice thing about the cannabis industry: if you don't like the rules, don't worry, they'll change. Generally,
give it 2 weeks.
Right. So it's been a year, so it might be okay. It might be cool, but they did have a lot of people that was so big. A lot of people did arrange to meet places, and if you do go there, you might be able to set up something without being illegal. As far as it just might not be in the conference. If you actually wanted to have
that's no fun.
I usually the workshops start at 8:30 in the morning and finish at 5-6. So I need to do that a few days before or after an event like the Freedom Rally.
So I don't want to tie you up all night, and it's getting to be about 9:30. So I'm trying to wrap things up. Frenchy, how do people find you, and how do they find out about your classes if they want to, check you out?
The best is on the website online, FrenchyCannolibrand.com or FrenchyCannoli.com, both work, or the IG, like the IG Frenchy Cannoli. That's where I share the most. Outside my private life, that's where I share everything, especially the porn.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of taking Frenchy's class here in Oakland, and it was amazing. I cannot recommend it enough. I learned a whole lot, especially about just learning about how to read resin heads, how to read gland heads, learning just about how that whole works, that whole system works, and made it a lot easier to understand how to go about choosing what the best plant product is and stuff like that. And I don't know, it was a really good experience, so I can't recommend it enough.
You were talking about it for 2 or 3 weeks before the show too, for the class. You couldn't wait to go to that class.
Yeah. Thank you so much for taking the time to come on the show. And
let's think seriously about trying to talk the same language now.
Absolutely.
To have a core of people that would talk shop and try to define a nice vocabulary that we all can agree on.
I would love to be involved. I can tell you right now, I'll dedicate some time to that for sure. Myself.
That's a great idea, Frenchy. I really think that's just a really awesome idea. I think that would help us all move forward. But like you said, there's a lot of precedents for that with the wine industry and different fruit industries and things like that, and especially scents and things like that as well. So
let's try to create a platform and call the people and see what we can do. Huh?
Absolutely.
So I have a question. I know this is the 100th show. Is it going 100 hours? Because my girlfriend got negative and walked that way, and I'm like, I have split allegiances at this point.
I had 1 or 2 things I wanted to bring up. So to date, before this show, in the first 100 episodes, we did, not counting this one anyways, we've had 213 hours of content. We've had over 400,000 views just on the podcast alone on YouTube, over 35,000 downloads on SoundCloud, over 1 million minutes listened to on YouTube as well. So I just want to thank everyone that's helped us get this far, and never thought this tiny little podcast would end up being what it is. And I really appreciate all the wonderful guests and all the wonderful listeners and all the panelists and everything for helping us get where we are.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Happy 100. I'll talk to you soon, guys. Yeah, a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while. Your beard's a lot longer. How you doing? What have you been up to these days? You've been quite the busy man.
No, actually, I've not been doing much at all. I've been writing mostly, which is good because I thought I'd never find the time, truly. But no, otherwise I'm trying to go with the flow now. And the flow is a heavy duty rush lately. Pretty insane.
So what are you writing? Are you working on a book you got?
Yeah, I'm working on that book on hash, basically. So a big part of it was the origin of cannabis and origin of hash. And I went through comment dire ça? Like I was in a mindset that if humanity use any type of plant in any given places repeatedly year after year, you're gonna be a hotspot of that genetic there. You know what I mean? And going from there, I mapped the migration of animals and of the cannabis plant 28 million years ago. And then I mapped the migration of Homo erectus, Neanderthal, Denisovan, and Homo sapien. So I put down all the archaeological sites. And from that, I created the archaeological hotspot. On top of those archaeological hotspots, I put genome hotspot. And on top of that, I put the mapping of cannabis today. And it's amazing what I can see. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. And from this, I got three really potential birthplace for cannabis, from the Mediterranean Sea like Israel to the Altai mountain. One is in Israel, one is the Tarim Basin, like where they find all those people with a stash of cannabis at shaman, and all those storm, it's around the Tarim Basin, and that's where the first great hash known to the Western world were coming from those places. So the Tarim Basin is hot. Then you have like a hot spot in the Altai mountain where you have the only place where you have two types of psychoactive drugs, the narrow and broadleaf together in one spot. And there's nothing there, but all the descendants of the Yamna and the Scythian and all those stoner, nomadic, pastoralist culture, actually they left archaeologic evidence, but in tombs or in engraving in stone. And it's like, I had that hot spot in the middle of fucking nowhere in a mountain with no archaeological hotspot or genome hotspot next to it. It was in between. And it was fucking weird until I came on the research of the culture of those people. And actually they left archaeological evidence. And when I put those on the map, it became really pretty intense. So that's what I'm doing.
Awesome. So I'm super stoked to read your book on that. I know it's something that I've heard you speak, I think 4 separate times on the history of Hatch, and I think I could listen to you probably another 30 hours.
I'm learning a lot. It's like lately I had that. My problem was I was damn sure that cannabis resin was used as an incense, okay? Because frankincense and myrrh and gilded and balsam, all those stuff were worth like more than gold and precious stone. And all those culture where like civilization was born, the Assyrian, Babylonian, Phoenician, Egyptian, all those people, they were really hardcore into incense and bulb and stuff like that. So it was pretty weird. And lately, they have found the first evidence of cannabis resin ever. 2,700 years old in Israel, in a shrine, in a fortress. So now there is hardcore, solid evidence that actually cannabis resin was burned alongside frankincense in the most holy temple of Holy Temple. So now we're talking.
We're talking burning bush here.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's like there is a strong evidence that cannabis resin, hashish or charas, like live resin in some form or other, had been going on underground in ritualistic, shamanic or religious ceremony.
So I have one question about your book that I'm sure every single person listening to this is asking themselves or wants to ask you right now. Will you be doing the audio book for it?
I never thought about it. The question is, will I translate it in French, like for the moment?
No. Just you reading the audiobook, even in English, with your accent.
With the accent. Interesting. No, I didn't thought about I'm not really audio. It's funny. My daughter is totally, and me, I have a hard time on it. I cannot learn listening. I need to read. It's
oh no, I didn't mean that in a negative way. I mean, I think it'd be amazing.
Yeah,
I would love to listen to you read your book in your voice.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
The other question, I wanted to follow this over because I was just over doing an aquaponic panel on Future Cannabis Project, and we're talking about Appalachias, and I was talking about how a lot of the other aquaponic cannabis growers should possibly try to come together and maybe think about aquaponics as it's almost its own Appalachia because of the way that the production method was. And you end up coming up in the conversation on what your thoughts would be. So what are let me just ask that question. What are your thoughts on some of the more obscure production methods, kind of form, maybe not an Appalachia, but something similar in structure?
An appellation is made of standard. An appellation is a dedication to quality. And an appellation d'origine, with the word origin, the origin is the earth, it's the soil, it's the land. So it's like there is only one type of appellation d'origine. It's a terroir, it's sun-grown, it's only local input, the whole 9 yards. Then, to apply a standardization dedicated to quality for greenhouse, for indoor, and different type of methodology to grow in those conditions, hell yeah. You cannot put them under the same umbrella, but you can create something that is very similar per se. It's just a dedication to quality, which means that which shows the uniqueness of a product. And you can do that. I mean, there is proof that you can do that indoor. Look at all the OG. They come from the same stock, but they're different because they've been in the hand of different people. And that it works indoor or sun-grown, it's the same. And I'm pretty sure aquaponic, depending on who and where, well, the same cultivar is not going to be quite the same. You know what I mean? There is always that.
Yes, there's varying terroirs in earth, but in aquaponics, it's terroirs.
Yeah. I mean, it's you cannot use the word terroir, but there is that.
No, you say terroir.
There is that osmosis between the plant, the person, and the condition created to grow the plant. You know what I mean? You create your own terroir, and with water, you go even into another world, literally.
That's why with water, I call it terroir.
Yeah.
The only way that you're going to be able to meet one of the requirements for an appellation d'origine is going to be in cultivation in native soil. So the only way you can actually fall under that specific appellation ruling would be having aquaponic system where you have ponds feeding water through swales. Those swales.
That's my house.
Yeah, bro, right? Yeah. No, one way aquaponics is the thing, because putting that rich, sweet water into a field is the best thing for the field.
The appellations are based on the land, the climate, and the soil.
Yeah.
And it's made of standard. If you use the same standardization for your own world, it works. It's just that you cannot use the same word, but you can use the same concepts and the same type of standardization to bring the highest level product at the end of the day. Like you were talking about being careful of the food you give, otherwise it gets fishy taste. Well, it's part of those standards that have to be followed that are a pain in the butt. But if you follow those standards, you reach a plateau, a level of qualities that show dedication, basically. You know the name of the game, huh? It doesn't matter the medium you use, the name of the game is the same when you're dedicated to quality.
I remember when, by the way, what's up, guys? I just want to say, I just hopped on, but what a fucking proper crew you've got for this episode, Steve. Like, well done carrying this show, bro. And like, you got champions on this show.
That's big. That's big to do.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say now. I totally forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, it's got a little stoned.
Yo, Dutch. So
yeah,
naturally, so your property's beautiful. You know, you got this great climate where you have, you know, not only you can take advantage of the mild climate. You have great sun, great exposure. You got your deciduous forest kind of surrounding you, so you don't have tons of side light or strong winds. But obviously you have part of your property that's going to be outside, part of it's going to be inside. You know, the question that I'm going to pass on to Dale is, you know, because you're cultivating part of that crop in a greenhouse, in a way you're controlling that environment. But so it falls into, okay, how much of that controlling your environment is going to, at what point does it no longer become that specific appellation, right? And I think some different standards say, you know, if you do use artificial lights, it no longer becomes part of the appellation. Some of them say it has to be native soil. Dale, I believe there's some.
Before Dale answers, I'd love to give my 2 cents, because I think a lot about this, obviously, and like that's why I kind of popped on the jokes of making a property aquaponics. Like, since a lot of you guys have been on my property, I dug a huge 1/4 acre pond, and I have like 5 swales coming down my property to connect all this, and all my runoffs go into my pond, and it's circulating through rocks, and I have fish in there and amphibians. And so I'm working slowly on building, and Steve and I have spent a lot of time talking about this, building a system that is my own ecosystem, and that water goes into my greenhouse, which it also has native soil in it, but it also has raised beds. I mean, I'm kind of writing these lines. That's why I wanted to like speak on it real quick, you know, and I do have mixed lights, but what comes out of my greenhouse is very specific. What comes out of my greenhouse is very specific compared to what comes out of my indoor grows on the same property with the same soil, and that's interesting. You know.
Yeah. No,
like
that's
I can dig up that soil that I'm using, right, and put it in a pot, a 20-gallon pot, put it in an indoor garden on my property with the like open air moving through, right, not a closed sealed room, like I'm trying, right, and it's better, easier in the greenhouse. I literally can put sick plants in there, not touch them, and they become miraculous plants because my greenhouse has over the last 4 years become a life of its own. Yeah, so that's
in a way, being a farmer, we're cultivators, right? We're not only cultivating the plants that provide our income, but we're cultivating our farm, and in doing so, we're hopefully enriching our environments, both on our farm and in our communities. So in a way, simply farming is going to alter our environment, hopefully for the better.
But farming is the farmers, actually the community that supports the farmer is part of the terroir, like the cultivar. But the cultivar and the farmer are both living organisms that are shaped and are born from the soil and the climate. Before anything, there is the land and the climate that shaped and give life. Anything else adapt to it. You know what I mean? It's so powerful outside. As soon as you control it, even like that, sorry guys, it does not work anymore. It's like the appellation is really the full expression of the land through the product that is in osmosis with the farmer and the methodology. You know what I mean? We are byproduct of the land and the climate. When you take those off the equation, then we manipulate and we create something else that has a lot of value, but you cannot use the same values that you use for those appellations d'origine. We just have to create different type of appellation for all that richness of possibility of growing that we have. Actually, I mean, it's like it's a beautiful, and
we need an appellation to cannabis.
Yeah, but it's like you want an appellation that is meaningful. If nobody cares about your appellation, what's the value of it? If it's not like the French people that everybody want to copy the appellation we made because it's the top of the top. If it's just to make something and makes everybody happy, it's not going to work. You want to have something so fucking sharp that the world over want to use your stuff because it's it. Then you would be relevant forever.
I totally agree with you. And I think part of the problem is like literally getting a group of people in the same area on board to be like, yo, we're going to fucking pump this cultivar. We're going to grow it to death. We're going to be the champagne or whatever that, you know, whatever the cultivar is. This is going to be our region. This is going to be our Swiss cheese. You know what I mean? Like no one.
Yeah, they grow many types of grapes in the room.
And we don't have, we do and don't have a world economy.
You can still have some variety that way.
No, but look at the Emerald Triangle. We don't even know how much genetics they have because they're fucking growing purple punch and wedding cake. You know what I mean? Can we stop doing the same shit than everybody else when we have the goods? It's like we're supposed, it's like, if I am in California, it's because I love the farmer and I love NorCal, but they have a pool of diversity and genetics that is fucking unique on the planet. There is no place in the planet that is known for its quality. We don't even know what they have because they don't grow it anymore. It's like everybody would buy California sun-grown flower, but people in California. It's fucked up.
Yeah, I just jump in and I agree completely with Frenchy. And hey, Frenchy, it's good to see you. To me, as a biologist more than as an attorney, I think about the fact that when you've got a true interaction between the organisms in the soil and the genetics of a plant and the weather and the airborne microbes, you know, the yeast and all the other things that are in the air, as well as water that hasn't been overtreated. All of these things combine in a unique biological process that, if those things are are allowed to interact in the most natural way possible, they will result in a particular unique and special manifestation that can't be really at that level, cannot be replicated anywhere else or by any other measure or any other method. As soon as you start to say, okay, well, we've got, you know, 30 different cultivars that we're putting under this appellation, those interactions are going to be different for each genetic selection, and they may all be great. You may want to, but I think having meaningful appellations really does have to not just include the way it was grown and where it was grown, but also what was grown. And I think that's really important. And there may be some cultivars that would fit really well in an appellation in a part of Humboldt County, and something else that would do really well in Sonoma County or in Southern California or whatever, wherever the appellation turned out to be. But I agree that as soon as it starts to be the product of a whole bunch of external modifications to the unique nature of where that is, where it's grown and what is present in that nature without a lot of manipulation, then you don't have a consistent, meaningful appellation anymore.
I mean, according to the European community, not only the French, there is no appellation without the terroir. There is no origin without the land and the climate. It's very simple. That's the whole name of the game. Now it's like, how can we make different style of appellation? It's more a standardization toward quality, but it's like, that's another story altogether. Appellation, it's a marketing tool. Why? Because there is somebody, imagine somebody in south of France that can grow lavender in a mecca of lavender that is so unique, that is an appellation d'origine contrôlée. It's like Roquefort. You make many blue cheese, there is one Roquefort. That dude can grow lavender in the middle of everybody and is so in tune with everything that is create uniqueness. That's appellation. That's that sense of dedication of being part of it.
And that's a complicated biological interaction of all kinds of organisms, all kinds of signals that you really can't replicate anywhere else. And, you know, this might be an urban myth, but it's a useful example, whether it's true or not. They say that if you get a start of sourdough, San Francisco sourdough, and you take it back home with you to Ohio or wherever, it just doesn't stay the same after a while, because real San Francisco sourdough, part of what makes it unique and consistent is what's actually in the air in San Francisco. Whether that's actually true or not, it would absolutely be true in a cannabis farm, that it's not even just the water and the soil, it's the air too.
For cheese, for olive oil, for everything, it's the same story. It's like goodness, greatness as a point of origin. It's not really connected with you in America because you don't have that sense of being close to the farmer, because it's farming here has taken another dimension. For us in Europe, the farmer is every day down in the street. You know what I mean? It's like they were risking their life in World War II to bring us the food. Our relation with a small farmer, I mean, there is only small farming. We don't have the space. I understand here it's difficult to think small when you have so much space, but it's not really the size. It's that respect toward nature and understanding where what it takes to grow something, basically. Yeah. You don't have that in your culture.
Well, you know, as an example of that, Frenchy, just a quick story. We were talking about chickens before, and I love chickens, and I've had chickens for a long time. And I gave a friend of mine a carton of eggs, all different colors, and she looked at it and said, "What are these?" I said, "Well, they're chicken eggs." And she said, "I've never had eggs from a real chicken before."
Exactly.
Yeah. And within a couple months, she had her own chickens too. She got chickens in her little yard in Long Beach.
Got real chickens, huh?
Real chickens. Yep.
Speaking of chickens, is anyone else using ducks for pest management at all?
Yeah. We did it on the, we had two Muscovies on a small scale, just in my little backyard system, and it really put a dent in it, man. Muscovy ducks. And also they're really quiet as well, so they're not going to bother your neighbors, and they'll give you some eggs.
I have 25 Indian runners, and ducks are mandatory on my property. I've lost a lot of starts to slugs. My property, I'm in the woods, as Mike was telling you, and it's really wet, and so a lot of fucking slugs. And last year, I think I lost half my starts, which is the tune of 1,000 or so to slugs. And yeah, and this year I lost my ducks over the winter, and so the slug population kind of bounced back up, and I started again when I got 25 that are about 6 weeks old, and they crush it, dude. But I have like an acre. I'm in Bellingham, Washington, right up by Canada on I-5.
I'm in Gig Harbor.
Yeah, Gig Harbor, same sort of setup, dude. It's fucking. My son pointed out a slug that was like 8 inches long the other day. He's like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "Dude, that's a slug." He's like, "That's a slug too." I'm like, "Yeah."
I swear I've seen them bigger than that, man. Like just crawling on the side of my house, leper slugs. Like, oh, it's
These
disgusting.
big old, and those giant banana slugs further down in Humboldt. Those big giant guys that get you. Yeah, no bueno.
Ducks are
We
pretty
also,
sweet though. I mean, I can't say enough about ducks because they don't fuck your shit up. They eat a lot of the grains from the grasses and stuff, and they drop poop everywhere. They're just and kind of in theme with the same talk about creating a like your own fucking terroir, like moving water and having duck water and living water moving through your garden. I think is a really cool feature that is under talked about. You know,
there's a book called One Duck, or at least a PDF. I don't know if it's a book, but it's called One Duck Revolution. Kind of like I think it's kind of a play off words from another famous book or something. But One Duck Revolution, it talks about growing rice, with starting the rice as seedlings with baby ducklings, and then the rice matures as the ducks mature, and they have a symbiotic relationship.
very cool. We also have Chris Trump just joined us as well.
Hey, Chris.
What up, guys? How's it going?
How's it going, Chris? What
Going
have you been
good.
up to?
Yeah, hanging out in beautiful weather in Idaho. Yeah, and one straw revolution. That's what you're talking about, Kirk. Yeah, we're growing all kinds of things out here, and it's nice. It's the right time to have seeds in the ground, and everything's jumping. It's fun. I've been thinking about ducks.
What have you been up to these last few months?
You know, I call it the slug life.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Nah, it's been good connecting with people online and through, you know, that kind of communication. A lot of time with family, and then working with some farmers to, you know, start land. I'm working with a grass hay farmer that's kind of rodeo horse training expert, and they have about 100 acres to do grass hay, and so we're remediating their land. And Monday I'll be making 20,000 pounds of IMO4, which is a microbially rich thing based on your indigenous microbes, the terroir, like you were talking about a little earlier, Frenchy and Dale. Yeah, so we're doing that. I'm gonna head out to a project Josh and I were doing in Colorado on the 15th, and just see how that's going. It looks really pretty. And then I'm gonna head back over to Hawaii, work with my family farm in July. Some projects there, and things are going really well. So yeah, just, I don't know, this last few months, you know, slow motion, hanging with family, getting my workout, wrestling with, I got 5 little people, and yeah, it's been good, but definitely stationary and slow moving, slug life.
Sounds good.
So is anyone else here aside from Frenchy working on a book or any writing projects during the slowdown period?
Well, I can't, it's definitely not a book, but I write blogs that are too long. And I just posted one yesterday on plantlaw.com, but this one wasn't about plants or IP. It was, and I'm not intending to steer the discussion this way, but this was about George Floyd and ending police racism and brutality. I think it's an important topic. Anybody wants to go look at my blog, that something I wrote. And then I wrote just before that what I intended as a blog post on the founder effect, and the fact that having a lot of varieties of cannabis is not the same as having genetic diversity, and how to bring in genetic diversity from land races and from seed collections and things like that, but also how to do it in a way that's ethical based on where those things that really came from. and taking into account the Nagoya Protocol, which it aims to make sure that things that come from what's it called, traditional knowledge and indigenous peoples and locations, that when there's a lot of value that comes from there, that some of that value finds its way back there. So that was going to go on my blog, but it got picked up by a publication. I'm not sure when it's going to come out, so I probably shouldn't say which. Well, I think I can. I think it's coming out in Cannabis Business Times, I'm pretty sure. Not sure when though.
And I had to run into a similar problem in Zimbabwe. So in Zimbabwe, they were all super happy to have us register US, EU, or Canadian cultivars. But if went and found and sourced some stuff from within Zimbabwe, from some actual Zimbabwean growers up in Nyanga and some of the traditional growing areas, I couldn't legally. There was no pathway to legally register traditional cultivars, and that's wrong. Like, why is there no pathway for that? This is something that's been growing in your own country for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and this is something that I think is also a problem with the legislative bills, that you have to have preservation for your own genetics that you can be proud of and brand around your country, around your and around your own soil type and whatever else, and a lot of countries aren't taking advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, we definitely need to do some policy work on that to make it so that I think that the aim of saying you can't register it is probably it's probably a misguided goal. Well, it's probably a misapplied execution of a good goal. The good goal being we're not going to have people come in and appropriate this stuff and take it off and get rich with it. But the fact is, if you can't register at all and you can't do anything commercial with it, then the people that really could get paid from that aren't getting paid. And so that's what the Nagoya Protocol is all about, but it's complicated. And of course, the US is not a member of it. Europe is, but figuring out how to do that right is an important part of being able to bring in what you could call exotic genetics or traditional genetics or diverse genetics, and have it actually get to people and benefit them, but still have some of that value get back to the indigenous origins.
It's literally national treasure that we don't use. Have
Yes.
you heard about phenotypic plasticity, developmental plasticity? Like every living organism has an epigenetic memory. I change my DNA for the next generation, or a memory, you change your fucking phenotype right now when you're alive, okay? And the more cultivated you are, the least powerful you are into adapting, literally. So we have such a fucked up library of genetic that it would be maybe time to clean up and to go back and respect the laundress that gave us everything we have. Up to now, we don't know what we did. We didn't know what we were doing. Now we know better. Maybe it's time to calculate that a lot of stuff that we have, it's really worthless. It will go nowhere, and there is treasure into it that we have to preserve. And it's starting with laundresses that we have to do it. You go into a foreign country, the first things you need to teach them, it's not to fucking grow CBD or wedding cake or whatever is grown in Canada or wherever. It's like, I want to smoke Colombian. I want to smoke South African, grown in South Africa. You know what I mean? It's like the Durbin Poison from my buddy in Durban. Well, I have never tried the Durbin Poison like that ever. Huh? It's different, you know what I mean? If we don't grow
really
like
is special.
Punta
If you haven't
Roja
grown
in
your own
Mexico.
Santa Marta Gold in Santa Marta or Punta Rojo in the mountains, it's so special to go and do it. Trust me, it's so special. And it's never lost on me for a second that it's really, really important to conserve all the native strains, but to see them and taste them in their own environment is something else. Like I fell in love with Santa Marta Gold a long time, 25 years ago, you know, and it was 16 weeks to flower inside and absolutely the most heavenly perfume. And I swore one day I would go back there and grow some. And it was actually harder to find than you think when you get back there 4 years ago. And but once you source enough, you start finding things that you knew were just like the original, and then you work to restore them, because a lot of that got diluted too. When you think of all the people that show up, they go out and visit the people with traditional production areas, but they bring them a bunch of new seed, and that is like salting the fields for anybody that comes behind them, you know. But it's, you don't want to see the real native varieties lost, you know. That's really something, and they're so distinctive all over. And even for Colombia, there's so many different ones. You know, I'd maybe heard of 4 before I went there, but you know, 4 years later, I can probably think of 10, and there's more than that, I'm sure. But there's real diversity throughout, and even in that country, especially, there's 11 different climactic zones as they classify agriculturally. And the things that are acclimatized to one zone don't necessarily thrive in the others, you know. So even though you think, well, I'm at this great equatorial latitude, but the altitude counts for everything as well. So it's really a massive difference. You've got mountaintop glaciers and oceanfront deserts and everything in between. So it's really neat to try all this stuff and to try it in the various regions, which I'm getting to do as well. So it's like, but that's, I'm trying stuff from India, from Africa, everything from around the world, but with a real focus on equatorial belt, and trying to make, you know, new and useful lines out of those. But as the first step is always just the conservation, small population seedings and cabinets of each of the ones that you have collected, because you can maintain a massive gene bank of them that way. And it's really important to me to have that as a palette, you know. As a painter, it's all the colors in your palette, you know. So it's really a hoot to source from the land races, and just to follow the latest fashions and crazes and the high times cut bud isn't necessarily all that, because some of us even miss the old flavors that the kids today have never tried, you know. So it's interesting.
So on that note, that's a question I'm dying to ask this panel. So what terpene profiles or terps or flavors or whatever really are found in those 10, 12, 16, 18, 22, 24 week cultivars that you know, maybe we grow for outdoor for ourselves, but you simply do not see on the commercial end, you know, that are on these quick turn cultivars. What specifically, because this group actually has a really good idea on all that stuff, because I know there's definitely a lot of stuff that I don't smell anymore at all that I definitely remember from high school, and vice versa. And I'm sure there's other stuff that I remember from growing when I was younger that took, you know, we cut down in Pennsylvania right before it would snow in the beginning of November, and allegedly. And but anyways, what specifically as far as terp profiles does this panel you know, comes off the top of their head as far as you know, those longer profiles? Because I'm sure some of those sesquiterpenes take more than those quick turns are even capable of, correct?
I can't speak to some of the older stuff, but I can speak to some of the stuff that I've been running in the last 10 years that, and I can just say that like the sesquiterpenes are both in the shorter term varieties and in the longer term. Like I have a lot of 7 to 8 week varieties that are done, you know, like that Paiho, and that Paiho smokes all the way through to the very, but yeah, I mean, the last bit of it, you're just kind of like wanting to crunch it down like a muffin, you know?
I think of them as high notes, the stuff that flowers super slow. And unfortunately, I don't have enough of a lab to do terpene testing yet. We're just getting cannabinoids for analysis, but I hope to add terp testing real soon. We are out in the jungle, and even when we send to accredited labs, of which there's 2 there for cannabinoid testing, and neither of them give you terp reports yet. So the equipment's just not there yet. for the, there's no good labs in Colombia really dedicated to cannabis analysis.
I have not smoked anything here, even remotely close to a naturally grown tropical plant. It's like I don't think
not
I
too
don't
many
even
people
think
understand
those
that.
plants are going through a light change, because there is 15-minute difference between winter and summer. Instead of 6 o'clock, the sun rise at 6:15 and set at 6:15. There is no light difference. Those plants, they just flower when they have reached the peak of their vegetative states. You can't.
And can I ask you, Frenchy, like when you make that statement, does that like run across the flavor profiles? Like, you know, that like when I think of, I'm inexperienced with equatorials, right? Like I grow mostly short varietals. And so when I think of longer term varietals, I think of more fruities and hazes, and I don't think of like the danky, stinky stuff that you know what I mean?
I've had some equatorials that weren't nice flavors, like Indonesians. I really don't like them. I grew some, I think they were 16 or 18 week ones, and they really had no aesthetic value for flavor to anybody, I wouldn't think. I don't remember exactly what it was, but they were kind of off-putting. Like, just nobody liked them. Like something akin to onions, you know? But that is not a perfumey strain, that's for sure. But maybe in Indonesia it would have been better than my Swiss greenhouse, but still, I saw other, you know, equatorial thin leaves that were narrow leaves, let's say, that were just absolutely divine, the best tasting herb, and the uplifting high that just lasts. Like, even I had some, you know, slightly stale Punta Roja that I'd grown with just 100% native earth and pond water. And I had some scrappy popcorn of it sitting in my freezer when I came back down there one time. And the nice thing in Colombia is everybody's allowed 20 plants personal. So that's better than Canada's 4 maybe, but not if your neighbors can see it bullshit, you know? And some provinces, not even that. But so Colombia thought that was pretty cool. In their constitution, they're allowed 20 plants personal, so you've got no excuse not to have a few jars around. But that Punta Roja, just, I love it. And it was actually the first plant I ever harvested buds from in my life. It was probably 89, I guess. And it was from Jamaican seed, but I never saw that plant again until I got to Colombia and was in a region known for Punta Roja, and said, "Is that Punta Roja?" And it was the first plant I'd ever grown, but I didn't know it at the time. And that flavor, he just wasn't really around on its own. Once in a while, you'd see it in some really pink-haired stuff. You think, "Oh, this has a little of that smell like that first stuff I grew." But boy, oh boy, once I grew some down there in the prairies, the sun down there at 3 degrees off the equator, that's about 370 meters altitude. The sun, when you're walking around in the middle of the day, it feels like a weight on you. It is so intense that it's, you know, I laugh that people think indoor can be as good. It's so much stronger, and it just blows my mind how the plant expresses. And when I take modern stuff and plant it out there, anything I would expect to flower 8 weeks indoors, it will flower outside in 6, and rock hard, no pistils left, just swollen and done. But you got to find the ones that don't finish that fast, because otherwise they don't get any size. So, you know, looking at the equatorials and the equatorial hybrids is amazing. And some of the true equatorials, I could put seed in the ground with no supplemental light in May and come back and harvest them the first week of December. They would just grow and grow. They would be about 9 feet tall and a very delicate, high note, perfumey herbs. And they weren't even super high THC, but still, just through the growth pattern, worth having in the collection. You know, you've got to look at the things you need. and sometimes it's right in between two.
I know I always remember listening to Frenchy talk about people growing in the Himalayas as well and planting in the fall. And imagine people planting in the fall in the States. I know that's something I had never heard of until you had told me, Frenchy.
Well, I hadn't heard that either.
But in Colombia, all year round.
I want to ask about this, like the vigor I see in volunteers. It blows my mind. I'm working in my greenhouse, so I know the plants that these volunteers are coming from, obviously, and I have seedlings that I started from the same stock right next to them in trays, and watching these volunteers just blast past them.
Let me tell you, this is the truth, and this is so important. People got to know that. You plant the seed where you want it to grow, best case scenario, because if it can shoot deep roots down before the top goes up, it eliminates a huge amount of watering, labor, but not just that, it grows better without the disturbances. It's amazing. I had to show my people down there too, because they were in the, out of legality reasons where you can't grow from seed, you can only grow from a registered cultivar, which is, a unique cutting. So you'd have to have mothers and cuttings just because of bureaucracy. But I would say, let's just put a row of seeds out beside them, just so I can show you, and don't even water them. And they would come up and grow side by side, like effortlessly beside everything else, and they would be stunned. Say, look, it's so easy to grow from seed. A lot of people have lost sight of that. You can put a seed right where you want it to grow, and if the conditions are good, the soil's decent, it'll grow better than all the transplanting in the world. Just put it where you want it and let it grow, because that top root goes down undisturbed, and it'll go down deep before the plant grows up. And then when they come up, they look like cardboard leaves almost. They're just so thick and established. It's way nicer than trees. Like sometimes
it's just, I mean, I'm observing that, and so I appreciate you confirming that. I'm a 4-year veteran of growing outdoors, right? So I'm mainly an indoor person, and so observing that and seeing that, I'm just like pushing myself off later and later now, and like kind of I feel like I'm gonna start following that kind of traditional tomato path where it's like I'll probably plant my seeds eventually, next year, June 1st. Yeah.
No, depends the winter over what is the volunteers, but a plant that is so well adapted to your place that it can grow without your help. It's the beginning of an heirloom. You want to protect that. You need to create condition where you have actually volunteers popping. You make a bed outside so that it gets the full winter condition. You just protect from bird and shit, like rodents that they eat the seeds, and whatever pop, you pay attention. Whatever thrive, you fucking breed with it, because that's a local girl or a local boy. If it can thrive without your help, it becomes local. You want this into your genetic pool, so that you need to be able to create volunteers to be able to breed.
100%. That's actually where my brain was going with it, was like that's how I should be planning, is in the fall I should broadcast my seed, and what comes up in the spring is what I plan to work with and weed down from there, rather than doing this nice finely cultivated popping of my seeds and babying them through. I'm not, if I'm breeding, I'm looking for strength. I'm not looking for a huge crop. I'm looking for the outliers.
Leave them the whole winter outside. I mean, don't you put them in the fridge before you?
I thought about that too. So that's where my brain went too. Yeah. Right? It was like, why not put them in the fridge?
They need to be cold. They will start popping only when the soil is getting warmer. So let nature do it. They do better than you.
Agreed.
All plants are like that. All plants, the better they do, unaffected, unhelped, the better they're taking nutrients from the soil they're in. It's across the board in all plants. And when I look for a plant to use for plant fertilizer, I'm looking for the thing that's lush and rich and the bugs don't touch it, because it's taking that soil and these conditions and making the most of it. It's killing it. And so all plants, and so those are going to be producing these complex, you know, flavors and smells, and it's because they're thriving there rather than struggling. And if something's struggling, it's, you know, like any of us, if we're sick, we're not showing our A game. I love that. In Hawaii, you know, that's a lot of people grow like that. Just seeds in the ground, and you know, stick it somewhere where no one's gonna find it, and come back 9 months later, you never checked on it once, and you know, harvest.
That's the way. That's the beautiful. I love that. Guerrilla. That's how the first 5 years I grew was just guerrilla like that, where you gotta go, you know, mix up the soil you want, go out and put the plant you want, and you come back, hope it's there, you know.
Your only problem with you guys, you put only sensemilla. You don't leave the boy. Leave the boy. If you leave the boy, nobody can eradicate after you. It's like if they had done this in a mountain here in NorCal, it would be like the Himalaya. Nobody would be able to eradicate those plants.
Okay, can you guys also talk about?
Ash from seeded bed.
Can you guys?
Guerrilla grow really, like, you know, kind of the staple. I grew up in Siskiyou County, in Humboldt County, in California, and you know, back in the day, guerrilla grow was really, it was really the staple. It was way more common than I feel like it is now, and that's what they would look for, was places that they could just plant and leave it, and strains that they could just plant and leave, and they just overplant. You know, they would plant, you know, just tons and tons and tons of seeds, and whatever they got was what they got, and that was a very successful method for years and years.
Seed them out.
So I had a question for this panel as well. Does anyone here want to touch on the fact that, and this is something that it was newer to me until it was Roster Jeff, shout out to a Grow from the Heart podcast, who talked about this quite a bit, and something that I've only experienced smoking his stuff, about pollinated terpene profiles and cannabinoids versus unpollinated, and how that there is actually a difference in the profiles in the exact same cuts between a pollinated and unpollinated. Does anyone here have any info on that? Maybe Mike or anyone else?
Are you saying like the female flower pollinated versus unpollinated?
The hormones from the pollination changing the terpene expression.
Yeah, it must.
Cannabinoid changing. The whole, it's like the plant produce trichome to capture pollen mainly, and to protect itself from predator and climatic condition. Okay, it's like it's because it's a sensemilla, because you don't put the male, that part of the production is intensified. Okay, and it's like getting pretty before going and having sex in the city. Okay, it's nice, you're hot, you're gonna bring a lot of boy and shit, but once you're pollinated, you're a mom. You protect the next generation. It's not fucking around anymore. You know what I mean? It becomes,
after you've been fucking, it's so pretty.
I'm a mother. I protect the next generation. You don't fuck with me anymore. You know what I mean? And there is studies that show that there is there is more trichome that are formed, especially around the seed pod, and there is an intensification of the production of terp and cannabinoid, because it goes into not capturing pollen anymore. It's done. Now into, I protect my seed from anything, big time. And like the plant goes into overdrive. It's like it's part of the cycle of the flower that you don't have and it bring a lot on the table. Huh?
Have you had a chance, Frenchy, to run side by side, like wash a pollinated batch versus an unpollinated batch?
Not yet, no.
So
I've done it a lot. I've checked because
Can someone listening to the show? Can someone listening to the show, please, for the love of God, get Frenchy some pollinated and unpollinated of the same cut, please, in the near future?
There was the thing I loved about seed crops is when they're doing a seed production run, I was keeping every resin gland in that room, or that greenhouse. I would grow full greenhouses like a sweet tea 3 seed and say, I am keeping every resin gland in that greenhouse. And that was definitely one of the major perks of me working with seed, because the seed was the business, the resin was personal. And because it was always from seeded bud, almost always, because I would always have test runs where I did comparative stuff and have some sense to trial, but still it would all end up as hash because that's what I love to do with it too. But seeded bud, I've never quantified the difference, but I've always felt that it was a little different, the hash made from the seeded bud versus its virgin sisters,
So when you look at the chemical composition of the seeds, obviously there's a high percentage of hemp seed oil. So chemically speaking and enzymatically, upon pollination, there's a chemical hormone shift in the plant where they actually start producing mono and diglycerides, which are essentially fatty acid chains of carbons that either are 1, 2, 3 chains of carbons in a row. Now, within the trichomes, smaller sections of those chains of carbons that are based on glycerin molecules are bound together using hormones into those beautiful things that we've come to love, which are terpenes. And within those different classes of terpenes are subclasses, one of which is exclusively found in cannabis is a tricyclic or bicyclic terpenoids, which are the cannabinoids. So upon pollination, you are going to start to see the plant start shifting some metabolic process into producing those mono and diglycerides that go into these seeds. But obviously the plant still wants to protect those seeds. So it'll continue to produce resin that those resin glands are going to continue to metabolize the terpenoid precursors into terpenes and into the cannabinoids. But one of the things that seed breeders end up doing is they don't just take their plant to that week 8 where it's ready to be harvested.
Right.
You have to take it a couple
yellow
weeks.
And falling apart.
Yeah, you got to take it a couple weeks further until the seeds are, I believe the term's cracking or starting to come out of the seed heads, right? So what that ends up doing is you end up with a slightly later maturation at harvest on your cannabinoids. And analytically speaking, I have seen higher percentages of some of the activated and CBN and mostly THC converting into, or THCA converting into THC in seed crops. Terpenes, they're fairly similar. I have seen some interesting results in some of the larger molecular weight terpenes being higher later in flower. But
When you say terpenes are in potency are similar or in availability?
So you have to think of those trichomes, the stipe cells at the base of the trichomes that are creating those precursors that then bind together to create the cannabinoids. They're chemical factories. They're going to continue to produce as long as your plant is growing, it's photosynthesizing, it's pushing sugars down into the soil that feed the endo and ectobacteria and fungi that then provide the minerals and terpenoid precursors that flow up the phloem to not only your seeds but also the trichomes, right? So it's a chemical factory. If you keep that factory running longer, it's going to continue to synthesize not only terpenes and cannabinoids, But what, upon pollination, you are going to also see that kind of shift towards the production of mono and triglycerides, specifically within the seed. For many of us being hash makers, we're not doing an extraction. So those mono, di, and triglycerides aren't going to get pulled out of your extract. That when you actually wash it in a solventless extraction, you can isolate those gland heads and not have the oils come out of the seeds. Ideally, obviously, we're trying to collect those seeds before it goes through any sort of processing, but there are going to be errant seeds that end up into the compost and hopefully get recycled into the next generation of cultures. So
good answer.
Oh yeah.
So what does everyone see as like the biggest challenge going into the rest of the year, I guess, aside from legislative stuff directly? Is there any other big challenges? I know it's getting really hard to source a lot of common grow supplies. Are you guys having the same issue?
I would guess that most people are bought up. Like, when March hit, I was, everyone I talked to was like, oh yeah, I just bought trucks and trucks of shit. So much shit.
Oh yeah.
Ready to go. And I was the same way. I was like, that hit, and I was like, Amazon has been my best friend. I hate to say it, I'm not a fucking, but it has, it comes to me.
Good reason to grow your own.
What's that?
It's a good reason to make your own inputs.
Yes, sir.
Regenerative choir.
Once you got a nice compost pile going, you don't end up needing much else. Compost
right, and that's why I was. I have a huge hot compost, and I needed to get some pots and a couple things here and there, and you always need to get a new spray wand or two or whatever fucking reason.
There's always something.
Yeah, but really, once you get your biology going in your system, it's not that much. It's like you could figure ways around all the other stuff, right?
Well, I only watered these twice in their entire life.
Hell yeah.
Well,
that looks beautiful, dude. By the way, I've never got a chance to compliment you on that. It looks very fucking cool, dude.
Oh, thanks, man.
Marty,
I haven't talked to you in a while. How you doing?
Do you want to explain your side-by-side you got going on there?
Sure. So I have a number of experiments that are going on sort of simultaneously in here. But over here, so I have two plants, I call them just don't fucking touch them plants, which is this one right here. And it has nothing but castings in the dual root zone from my red worm bin. Nothing else. There's not even aeration. And I get this question all the time, what happens? And so I decided those are going to be my two experiments. So that's that one there and that one over there. And I literally haven't touched them since they've been in the system. You can see all the dead leaves are still hanging on them and everything is just there. And so those, I watered them when I transplanted them out of the cloner into the pots that they're in, and then put them in the system. And all of these were only watered twice in there since they came out of the cloner. So so this one's castings only, and then this row has varying levels of potassium, and this one has varying levels of nitrogen. So that's kind of what I was experimenting with, different soil mixes. And then I'm going to go with, and also different size pots. As you can see down here, I've got a few different size pots. So I was kind of messing around with different mixes and different pots and kind of what I wanted to do. And then once this run comes down in about a week or so, I'll replace it with all the ones that did the best, and probably, mix all that out. I'll probably run a couple more side-by-sides in the next one as well, but they'll be slightly closer together to try to dial them in, and probably do the same thing with a couple of different strains. So that's my little fun. I'm trying to determine what level nutrients play in development. So as opposed to microbes. You know, we've all, you know, been involved in that. And so I do want to eventually do a run. I know we were talking earlier about planting directly where you want the plant to grow. And I do want to do a run from seed where I plant directly into an existing dual root zone pot and have it grow from there, because I think that could be a lot of fun. And I have sprouted plants that way, but I never finished them. I always got moved or whatever. And so I'm finally in my new home.
Transplant shock is unavoidable.
What's that?
Transplant shock is unavoidable when you're transplanting. You can do a great job and minimize it, but there's still transplant shock, you know?
Right, and recovery time, right? Like, I mean, we always knock on auto flowers for, oh, you can't transplant them, like they're the only plants that get transplant shock. But I feel like, you know, it's just that, you know, obviously don't transplant autos. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that regular plants don't have, you know, you don't think about the time that it takes for them to recover. You just go, oh, I'm going to veg it for another week, and don't really think about the time that you lost to do that. So I'm hoping to work with Mr. Green
If you're
Jeans.
outside, you use way less water. It's not going to make as much of a difference in containers inside, obviously. But outside, you use really, really less water, dramatically so. Because transplanted stuff without a drip line would be dead in 2 hours, you know? It's got to stay moist, and it's got a root ball rather than a long, deep root, you know? So a long, deep root means you don't have to put out irrigation half the time. It's amazing. Just direct sowing in the field. Different story inside. The least transplanting is often good, but you know, do what works for you for sure. And as you are, experiment. That's the fun part, you know? That's the only way you ever move forward.
Yeah, and I think I'm just lazy too. You know, who wants to upplant pots all the time? Or, you know, I don't even like watering them. That's why I built an aquaponic system to start with.
I agree. That's exactly it. I've got a shit back, and I hate lugging pots and soil around. I just wasn't into it at all, and I like the idea of just shaking the rocks off of them and pulling them out, you know? And it became so easy when you set it up right. That was the fun part. You spent more time staring at your reservoir, which was an aquarium, than you did looking at the garden. You barely go in. You have it sealed up, CO2 and glass window. I'd look in there, and I wouldn't go in if I didn't have to. It kept it clean. And there was a reservoir outside full of plants and fish and eels and crabs and shrimp and suckers and you name it. And you'd spend all the time getting high and looking at the aquarium. It was beautiful.
Awesome. Well, I thought before we wrap up the show, I figured we could go over some stats on the 200 episodes that Marty and I have done. We've had 55,611 members in the Facebook group. We have the Facebook group /AP Canna. Over on the podcast, we've had over 500,000 listens on the audio version, 209,000 listens on SoundCloud, almost 5,000 listens on Spotify, over almost 8,000 subscribers on YouTube, and over 771,000 views on YouTube as well. And in total, the podcast so far has had over 437 hours, 7 minutes and 16 seconds, not counting this episode in terms of hours of content that we've put out there to help educate the community. The number one enemy of the cannabis industry is education and lack thereof. So the more we can all work together to help fight that, the better. So thanks everybody here for helping being part of that in your individual ways.
Yeah, thank you everyone. Really appreciate everyone coming out. Really cool.
Good stuff, man.
I wanted to give everyone a chance to plug their stuff. Dale had to run, so let me plug him real quick as breedersbest.com, plantlaw.com, and plantandplanet.com. Wade, would you like to go next and mention the groups that you work with?
Site is harlequin.org. It's a little bit dated. It's a year since I visited that, but you can see some of the stuff that's going on in Utah at dragonflyut.com. That's our yeah, that's the activity we're doing in Utah. And yeah, there will be some more, a bunch more educational things coming out this year from us Parklands. So I look forward to sharing more of that with folks. Thank you.
Wonderful. And I know you've also been doing a lot of work with Dragonfly over on Bubbleman's channel as well with their education series.
Yes, no, I care very deeply about the Dragonfly Earth family, and yeah, we're looking forward to defining more clearly what it is we're doing in the Dragonfly Earth family, and there'll be a lot of news coming out about that pretty soon. Yeah, much love, and damn, man, great job on this podcast and the number of people that you've reached out to, because yeah, I think it's really true. Education is sorely needed in this work on so many levels. Yeah, and that's all I got. And again, great panel this evening. Thank you.
Thanks again for taking the time to join us. Thanks, Frenchy, for joining us. Why don't you tell everybody how to find you? And I'm sure you'll be back at your classes again here once they let us all out of the boxes that they keep us in.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to see the workshop, you have it on YouTube. Otherwise, on my website, in the article page, the last 6 articles for Weedward, it's a written version of the article of the workshop, and you have the science behind everything I do, which I think is really important. If you understand why I do things, then you'll be able to bring it further than I am, instead of just doing the same than me. You know what I mean? And otherwise, it's YouTube, it's Instagram, where I really share most of my idea and knowledge, or I give the input to bring the people wherever I want them to go to check it out.
Awesome.